The House will come to order. Members, please register. Have all registered. A quorum is present. The House and Gallery, please rise for the invocation. The chair recognizes Representative Stevenson to introduce our pastor of the day.
Good morning, everybody. I want to introduce you to a Methodist minister over in East Bernard, Texas. His name is Alexander Lupo. He likes to go by Alex, but I'm going to call him Pastor Alex. Alex serves as pastor of the First United Methodist Church of East Bernard, Texas. His responsibility is to lead his congregation to fulfilling their mission, connecting people to the love of God. Pastor Alex has a passion for helping people who reach their potential and make the most of their life God has given them. Pastor Alex is married to Kelly, which is up in the stands, folks, and the three children, which twin girls, 13-year-olds, Cameron and Cassidy, and their 8-year-old son, Connor. A native Houstonian and Texan, Pastor Alex likes cheering for the Houston Texans, the Astros, yay for them, the Rockets, student athletes in East Bernard. He enjoys traveling and spending time with his family. Ordained as a full elder of the Texas Annual Conference of the United Methodist Church, Pastor Alex has served as an associate pastor in Sugar Land First United Methodist Church and Kingwood United Methodist Church. He has also served as pastor of Sweeney First United Methodist Church and Atlanta, Texas First United Methodist Church, which we stole him from Representative Patty if you're here. Thank you for letting him come over here to our area. He holds a Bachelor of Science from Vanderbilt University in Nashville, Tennessee, a Master of Divinity from Emory University, Atlanta, Georgia, and received a Beeson Pastor Fellowship to pursue to a Doctorate of Ministry from Asbury Theological Seminary in Wymore, Kentucky. Members, welcome Pastor Alex Lupo.
Thank you for that gracious welcome, and I pray that your day is full and that it completes well. Let us pray. Eternal God, we give you thanks for giving us another day. Send your spirit and your blessing upon the members of this, your people's house, to encourage them in their official task. As the members approach the votes that they are making today, may them be imbued with the courage and leadership that looks to the health and the vibrance of our great state. Assure them that in the fulfillment of their responsibilities, you provide the grace to enable them to be faithful to their duties and the wisdom to be conscious of their obligations and fulfill them with integrity. Help them to make the right decisions. Give them patience in shouldering the heavy burdens that they bear. Bless their families and constituents back home. Make them faithful stewards of this land, its resources, and its people. Bless this time that these representatives come together to perform the work at hand. Fill their minds with wisdom and their hearts with compassion, as together they create a Texas for today and for future generations. Fill them with courage as you show them that your unfailing love, and give them an attitude of openness to receive the fullness of your grace and your truth. May all this be done this day. May it be for your greater honor and your greater glory. Amen.
I recognize Representative Patty to lead us in the pledge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, please join me in the pledge. Our nation's flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. To our state flag, honored.
Excuse Representative Smithy because important business in the district. Motion Representative Otto. Is there objection? Chair is none. So ordered. Representative Rainey moves to postpone the reading and referral of bills to the end of the calendar. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Madam Doorkeeper, or Mr. Doorkeeper, Mr. Simpson, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I think we have a messenger from the other side of this great building here, but I don't think the senators are working, but I think their messengers are.
Admit the messenger, Mr. Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House.
Thank you for working today, Austin. Members, the House will come to order. The chair recognizes Mr. Casal.
Speaker, members, I would ask that you would join me real quick in a moment of silence on this second year anniversary of West.
Thank you, members. Chair recognizes Mr. Casal.
I want to thank this body for all they did for that incredible community. I would also like to take this time to thank my team. I have Tara Willett, Ryan Skrabacik, and this one young man that has been with me for a long time since the first day he walked onto the campus of Texas A&M. If I could have my Aggie colleagues come up to the front mic with me.
Is where it's at, man. There we go. Aggie in training.
Today is a very special day in Bryan College Station, and there is one member of the class of 2015 that is unable to be in College Station to pick up his ring. So with my Aggie brothers behind me, his grandfather, his mother, father, and Dr. Graham in the gallery, it gives me a distinct honor to present Jared Azzopardi his 2015 Aggie ring on the Texas floor.
Congratulations, man. That's what I'm talking about.
Pretty awesome.
When is it? Mr. Cassell, when is the dunking?
Mr. Cassell.
Mr. Cassell, when is the dunking?
Dunk in the ring.
I think in the next 15 minutes we will properly christen the ring.
Mr. Goldman? Mr. Goldman, would you come to the front, please?
Members previously adopted House Resolution 918. Clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 918 by Villalba, congratulating Jake Gallant of Dallas for being named a distinguished finalist in the 2015 Prudential Spirit of Community Awards program.
Chair recognizes Representative Villalba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Today we are honored to welcome to the House Jake Gallant of my district. I want to commend Jake Gallant of Dallas for being named one of the top youth volunteers in Texas as part of the 2015 Prudential Spirit of Community Awards. For those members who have not heard of the 2015 Prudential Spirit of Community Awards, it is an award that is sponsored by Prudential Financial and the National Association of Secondary School Principals. The award honors young people in middle and high school who have made extraordinary commitment to community service. I am so proud to have a constituent be named a member of this great award. Jake is a junior at St. Mark's of Texas. He lives in the great community of Lake Highlands, and he is a fantastic young man who's dedicated to the community. The awards committee wanted to recognize Jake's service to community service as a director of a program called Terabyte. Terabyte's a program of a week-long summer camps where children study video games and also learn how to solve problems with critical thinking skills, and participants also learn the basics of computer programming and interactive storytelling. Jake is here today on the dais. I'd like you to welcome him. His parents are also on the side. It's Shelley Gallant, his mother, who I'm sure is very proud of him today, and also his father, Jerome Gallant. Members, please join me in thanking this outstanding young Texan for his remarkable initiative and determination in the pursuit of a selfless goal. Jake, welcome to your Texas House of Representatives.
Mr. Meyer on the floor of the House. Chair recognizes Representative Meyer.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider House Resolution 1709.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? So ordered. Following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 1709 by Meyer, commemorating the 75th anniversary of Stonewall Jackson Elementary School in Dallas.
Chair recognizes Representative Meyer.
Members, this resolution is in honor of one of the most outstanding schools in Dallas ISD, Stonewall Jackson. They are celebrating their 75th anniversary this year. Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? So, Chair hears none. So ordered. Representative Sheets moves to add all members' names. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Chair recognizes Representative Rodriguez of Bexar County to introduce the Doctor of the Day.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, members. I am very pleased this morning to introduce our Doctor of the Day, who is from the great city of San Antonio in my district, Dr. James Russell Dodd. Dr. Dodd has a number of accomplishments, and I'll try and summarize briefly here. He currently serves as a staff physician at Frank Tejeda Outpatient Clinic in San Antonio. He received his undergraduate degree at the United States Air Force Academy, his medical education at UT Medical School at Houston, and completed residency at UT Medical School in San Antonio. Along with his medical education, Dr. Dodd also has a Master of Science from Troy State University and an MBA from Auburn University. A very well accomplished individual. Dr. Dodd is a retired United States Air Force airman and honorably served our country for more than 20 years. Dr. Dodd is a dedicated member of many organizations, including the U.S. Air Force Academy Association of Graduates, the Air Commando Association, the Texas Academy of Family Physicians, the American Medical Association, and the Texas Medical Association. Members, please help me welcome today our very impressive Doctor of the Day, Dr. James Russell Dodd. Thank you, members.
Good to see you. I see you a War Eagle, huh? I know you guys by picture, and you do well. You look better in person. Thank you. Thank you. Good to see you. Thank you. Craig, they got you to run HBQ.
I'm right up here to it all.
There's this new Netflix.
No point. I'm going to decline all points of order.
Yeah, there you go. Yes. So she's got. I'm now calling Kimmy. I'm breaking Kimmy. Do not get out of that also. Go ahead. By the way.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Isaac.
Or Mr. Parliamentarian. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to do a quick recognition. I have got a wonderful Aggie intern in my office, Miranda Heck, who is in the gallery today. And I'd like for Miranda to stand up so we can recognize her. I'm sure there's going to be a couple of whoops coming from the floor. Her husband, Daniel Heck, is with her. Daniel, please stand up. And then her mom, Melinda Allen. Tomorrow, actually, they've got a doctor's appointment today to find out the sex of their baby, and tomorrow they're going to have a big party to celebrate and reveal it. So if we could give them a roaring round of applause and wish them luck. Thank you so much.
Chair recognizes Representative Isaac for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to suspend all necessary rules and take up and consider House Resolution number 1151 in honor of Dorothy Maud Hefner. Murphy.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Members, this is a memorial resolution. Please take your seats.
Okay.
If you have conversations, please take them outside the rail. Following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 1151 by Isaac, whereas family, friends, and countless other individuals whose lives she touched were greatly saddened by the passing of Dorothy Maud Hefner Murphy on February 18, 2015, at the age of 93. And whereas born on August 23, 1921, in Rogers, Arkansas, Dorothy Murphy was a caring mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother whose love, faith, courage, compassion, sacrifice, patriotism, and spirited humor inspired many across the state. She was especially well known and admired in the communities of Wimberley, Beaumont, Silsbee, Houston, Austin, Georgetown, Fulshire, and Wiley, where she resided over the course of her life. And whereas affectionately known as Mima, she is remembered for her dedication to family, artistic talent, skills as an office manager, activities with the Altar Guild, and service as a Eucharistic minister at St. Mary's Catholic Church in Wimberley, where she and her husband, the late Richard Aloysius Murphy, devoted much time and support. And whereas Dorothy Murphy radiated the finest virtues of selfless care and concern for others through her consistent guidance, tender words of compassion, unconditional love for family, and heartfelt gratitude for her many blessings, now therefore be it resolved that the House of Representatives of the 84th Texas Legislature hereby pay tribute to the memory of Dorothy Maud Hefner Murphy and extend sincere condolences to all those who mourn her passing, including her 8 children, 20 grandchildren, 33 great-grandchildren, and 70 nieces and nephews. And be it further resolved that an official copy of this resolution be prepared for her family, and that when the Texas House of Representatives adjourns this day, it do so in memory of Dorothy Maud Hefner Murphy.
Chair recognizes Representative Isaac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Mima, she was affectionately known as engaged. One of her grandsons is engaged to Kayla from Representative Raymond's office. And we're joined on the dais today by a daughter, Kay Morton, Doug Morton's son-in-law, Pat Bray, daughter, Ralph Bray, son-in-law, and Kelly Sampley, one of her 20 grandchildren. Members, I move adoption.
Members, as a memorial resolution, all those in favor, please rise. The resolution is unanimously adopted. Representative Lautenberg on the floor.
Previously filed amendments.
Members, if you've previously filed amendments for HB 910 or HB 40,
You need to visit with the chief clerk's office
you need to visit with the chief clerk's office
so that your amendments can be
so your amendments can be rescanned. Thank you, members. Members, we're about to go on the calendar. Please excuse Representative Alonso because of important business back in the district on the motion of Representative Burkett. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair recognizes Representative Cassell for a recognition.
Speaker, members, it gives me great honor and privilege to recognize the presidential scholars from McLennan Community College that are in the gallery today. Would you, presidential scholars, please stand so you can be recognized? Thank you, sir.
Members, we're about to go on the third reading. Please have your bills ready. Following bill on third reading, Chair lays out HB 975. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 975 by Guerin relating to charitable raffles conducted by certain professional sports team charitable foundations providing penalties.
Chair recognizes Representative Guerin to explain the bill.
What's the...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill that allows these professional sports teams to have charitable rallies. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 975. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? All voted. Who? Have all voted?
Farias voting aye.
Representative Farias voting aye.
Have all voted?
Have all voted? There being 122 ayes and 12 nays, HB 975 passes to final pass to engrossment. Chair lays out HB 643 for third reading. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 643 by Harless relating to the procedures for discharging bail in certain criminal proceedings.
Chair recognizes Representative Harless to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill we passed yesterday on motions to discharge bonds. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 643. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Representative Farias voting aye. Have all voted? Have all voted? There being 142 ayes and 0 nays, House Bill 643 final passes. Moves to engrossment. Chair lays out House Bill 896. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 896 by Hernandez relating to the prosecution of the offense of breach of computer security.
Chair rises Representative Hernandez to explain her bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill we passed yesterday regarding breach of computer security. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 896. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Have all voted? There being 139 ayes and 0 nays, HB 896, final passage. Chair lays out House Bill 1769. Third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1769 by Zerwas relating to prohibited resident admission requirements before certain inspections of an assisted living facility license applicant.
Chair recognizes Representative Zerwas to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is the bill that would change the current licensing process for assisted living facilities in good standing to allow for a more thorough and efficient process. I move passage.
The question occurs on House Bill 1769. This is a record vote. Members, the clerk will ring the bell. Representative Canales voting aye. All voted. There being 140 ayes and 0 nays, House Bill 1769 passes third reading. Chair lays out House Bill 1771. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 1771 by Rainey relating to the donation of sick leave by state employees.
Chair recognizes Representative Rainey to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker and members, this bill allows state employees to donate their sick leave to other state employees. It's a good bill. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1771. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Canales voting aye. Show Representative Cassell voting aye. Have all voted? Have all voted? There being 142 ayes and 1 nay, House Bill 1771 is finally passed. Please excuse Representative Price because of a death in the family on the motion of Representative Patty. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1853. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1853 by Button relating to the removal of a tenant's personal property after a writ of possession has been issued in an eviction suit.
Chair recognizes Representative Button to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is allowed cities to provide containers for an infected person's possessions. I move for passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1853. There's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Cassell voting aye. Show Representative Canales voting aye. Have all voted? Have all voted? There being 141 ayes and no nays, House Bill 1853 is finally passed. Chair lays out third reading, final passes House Bill 1926. The clerk will ring the bell.
HB 1926 by Cassell, relating to the governance of certain municipal power agencies, providing authority to issue bonds.
The chair recognizes Representative Cassell to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, HB 1926 relates to the functions and governance of a certain municipal power agency. This bill only applies to the Texas Municipal Power Agency, which was created under statute in 1975 and contains the cities of Bryan, Garland, Greenville, and Denton.
Mr. Speaker, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
I thought Bowen Lofton had moved on to the University of Missouri.
Representative Bonin, you're confusing Mr. Cassell with the former president of Texas A&M. Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1926. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell.
Does it work?
Is this a bill?
Have all voted? There being 143 ayes and 0 nays, House Bill 1926 is finally passed. Chair lays out for third reading, final passage, House Bill 1914. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1914 by Bonin of Brazoria, relating to the frequency with which the Board of Pardons and Paroles considers the eligibility of certain inmates for release on parole.
The chair recognizes Representative Bonin of Brazoria to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is the bill that allows the opportunity in the capital murder and aggravated sexual assault cases for the parole board to have the discretion to do a parole set-off before their next consideration for parole anywhere between presently law is 1 and 5 years. This allows it goes to anywhere from 5 to 10 years. In these particularly heinous cases, I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1914. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Have all voted? There being 141 ayes and 0 nays, House Bill 1914 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading and final passage House Bill 1925. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1925 by Guerin, relating to the transfer of the Texas Farm and Ranch Lands Conservation Program to the Parks and Wildlife Department.
Chair recognizes Representative Guerin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House Bill 1925 moves the Texas Farm and Ranch Lands Conservation Programs to Parks and Wildlife from the GLO. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1925. There's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Have all voted? There being 141 ayes and 1 nay, House Bill 1925 is finally passed. Members, we're going to do one resolution, then move on to second reading on the calendar. Chair recognizes Representative Lautenberg.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to suspend the rules to take up House Resolution 1951.
Following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
HR 1951 by Lautenberg, commemorating the 50th wedding anniversary of Don and Mary Ann Zale of Parker.
Chair recognizes Representative Lautenberg.
I move passage.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Resolution is adopted. Ms. Thompson moves that we Add all members' names to the resolution. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered.
Where's Hunter? He's here, right? Yeah, he's right.
For a motion.
The chair recognizes Representative Davis of Dallas for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, members, I'd like to suspend all necessary rules to take up House Resolution 1958, House Resolution 1863, and House Resolution 1864.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 1864 by Davis of Dallas, congratulating Betty J. Bush on her retirement from the Dallas Independent School District. H.R. 1863 by Davis of Dallas in memory of John Edward Softly of DeSoto. H.R. 1958 by Davis of Dallas honoring the Reverend Christopher L. Taylor for his service as pastor of the day on April 22nd, 2015.
Chair recognizes Representative Davis.
Move adoption.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Members, we're about to go on the calendar. Chair recognizes Representative Guerra.
Members, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to do a shout out to our Mental Health Authority Executive Director Terry Crocker, who happens to be my next door neighbor, along with Texas Behavioral Health Board Chair Patricia Garza. Shout out to you. Thank you. Welcome to your house. God bless you.
Chair recognizes Representative Kemple.
I request permission to the Committee on General Investigating and Ethics to meet while the House is in session at 10:30 a.m. today, April 17, 2015, in the Ag Museum to consider HB 1690 and other pending business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Chair recognizes Representative Kemple.
Excuse me. I request permission for the Committee of General Investigating and Ethics to meet while the House is in session at 10:30 a.m. today, April 17, 2015, place 1W.14, the Ag Museum, to consider HB 1690 and other pending business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. So ordered. Following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on General Investigating and Ethics will meet at 10:30 a.m. on April 17, 2015 in the Ag Museum at 1W14 for a formal meeting to consider HB 1690 and pending business.
Members, the Senate companion to House Bill 1680 is over and eligible. Accordingly, the chair lays out Senate Bill 203. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 203 by Nelson, relating to the continuation and functions of the Texas Health Services Authority as a quasi-governmental entity and the electronic exchange of healthcare information.
Chair recognizes Representative Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Texas Health Services Authority went through the sunset process. This was created in 2007 to promote electronic health information exchanges. It enforces security standards adopted by the Health and Human Services Commission. HIEs allow healthcare providers to efficiently share health records via IT networks. Major provisions in the sunset legislation: it removes the Texas Health Services Authority from statute on September 1st, 2021, allowing it to function as a private, nonprofit corporation after that date. It changes the current board to ensure broader representation, adds one member to the board to represent Texas local health information exchanges collectively. It changes the current requirement that at least 2 ex officio non-voting members are appointed from the Department of Health, State Health Services. The committee substitute modifies the original version by making the following changes. Provides for the Electronic Health Information System Advisory Committee to have at least one representative from private nonprofit organizations succeeding THSA after THSA is removed from statute in 6 years. Requires rather than allows HHSE to seek the assistance of THSA's private nonprofit successor in amending privacy and security standards. Corrects a drafting error to ensure that new provisions transferring THSA certification program to its private nonprofit successor do not take effect until THSA is removed from statute September 1st, 2021. Corrects a drafting error to provide for THSA's private nonprofit successor to continue certifying entities as meeting privacy and security standards rather than giving this authority to HHSE. In addition, the committee substitute contains 2 other changes. One, just clarification, implementing the clarification bill, SB 219, which we passed. In addition, Ms. Sarah Davis added an amendment that that requires HHSE to ensure that any fee the private nonprofit organization or other entity succeeding THSA charges for certifying compliance with privacy and security standards adopted by HHSE is reasonable and allows HHSE to revoke the organization's designation for carrying out the certification program for good cause. Members, I move adoption, passage.
Members, is there anyone else wishing to speak on, for, or against Senate Bill 203? If not, the question occurs on passage and engrossment on Senate Bill 203. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. A record vote's been requested, members. A record vote's been granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Show Representative Collier voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 141 ayes and 2 nays, Senate Bill 203 is passed to engrossment. Representative Raymond moves to lay House Bill 1680 on the table, subject to the call. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. So ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1076. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 1076 by Thompson of Harris, relating to the authority of a magistrate to prohibit certain communications in an order for emergency protection.
Mr.
Chair recognizes Representative Thompson.
Mr. Speaker, members, I request permission to postpone House Bill 1076 until a time certain, that being Friday, April 24th at 9 a.m.
Members have heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none. So ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 593. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 593 by Collier, relating to animal encounter training for peace officers.
Chair recognizes Representative Collier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 593 introduces a measure of protection for our valued peace officers. This bill is designed to better inform peace officers on how to avoid and defend themselves against a canine attack. Now, but truly, we would not be here without my constituents, Cindy and Mark Bowling, whose border collie, Lily, was shot and killed by a well-meaning officer who was at the wrong address. Also, in the case of Representative Brian Hughes' district, constituent Cole Middleton's dog, Candy, was shot from behind when a deputy answered a call on the Middleton's farm. And also near Amarillo, Sherry Stoltz, 8-year-old trained dog, agility dog, Smokey, was shot in response to a call about a loose dog. Officers interact with canines roughly 1 in every 3 times they approach a home while on the job. And just House Bill 593 requires newly licensed officers and officers seeking intermediate or advanced proficiency certification to complete a 4-hour canine encounter training. This bill does not limit the ability of an officer to use deadly force against a dog, nor does it create a
Anyone wishing to speak on or against House Bill 593? If not, the question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 593. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 593 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 612. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 612 by Davis of Harris, relating to license plates issued to female veterans with disabilities.
Chair recognizes Representative David.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The Texas Department of Motor Vehicles does not recognize women disabled veterans with a specialty license plate. House Bill 612 will add a plate for female disabled veterans to the disabled veterans license plate offering, recognizing a population that has been underserved, and I move passage.
Anyone wishing to speak on or against House Bill 612? If not, the question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 612. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 612 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 789. The clerk read the bill.
HB 789 by Miller of Fort Bend, relating to license plates issued to retired members of the military.
Chair recognizes Representative Miller of Fort Bend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, thank you for allowing me to lay out House Bill 789 relating to license plates to retired members of the military. The simple bill, currently retired military veterans must serve 20 years or more in the service to receive retired military license plates. This eliminates a portion of the Texas military population that's considered retired military that did not complete 20 years of service due to injuries or other issues, but are also not classified as disabled veterans. They do carry ID cards that say they're retired military. With that, if there are no questions, I move passage.
Anyone wishing to speak on or against House Bill 789? Not the question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 789. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 789 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 40. The clerk read the bill.
HB 40 by Darby, relating to the express preemption of regulation of oil and gas operations and the exclusive jurisdiction of those operations by the state.
Chair recognizes Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. I have a simple bill today. You believe that? Members, the Texas Constitution, Article 16, Section 59, provides the conservation and development of Texas natural resources are a public right and duty, and that the Texas legislature shall pass all such laws as may be appropriate thereto. In numerous cases citing this provision, the Texas Supreme Court has held that there is a clear legislative intent to protect and encourage the development of Texas natural resources, and that rulemaking authority has been delegated to the Railroad Commission to further the state's goals of preventing waste and conserving natural resources. You should also be aware that Article 11, Section 5 of our Constitution allows cities with inhabitants of more than 5,000 to adopt and amend their own charter by majority vote, provided that the adoption or amendment of charters is subject to such limitations as may be prescribed by the legislature. and no charter or any ordinance passed under said charter shall contain any provision inconsistent with the Constitution of this state or of the general laws enacted by the legislature of this state. Recently, municipal regulations have begun to erode the state's preeminent role to regulate oil and gas development. Outright bans on completion techniques, onerous setbacks designed to prevent drilling, and duplicate regulation have created patchworks of inconsistent regulation that undermines safe, efficient production of oil and gas. But we can't wait or ignore the direction from the Constitution. The legislature has not delegated the state's authority to determine whether minerals may be produced. That duty alone is reserved for the state. House Bill 40 expressly preempts regulation of oil and gas activity and resides that duty with the state. This bill also establishes statutory authority that municipalities and political subdivisions may continue to exercise their authority over above-ground activity, provided it is commercially reasonable and does not effectively prohibit oil and gas operation. The committee substitute to this bill made substantive changes that were made to address specific issues raised at our hearings. These include tightening the definition of commercially reasonable to make it an objective standard that is not tied to one operator's individual capacity, but rather the reasonably prudent operator standard, which is well established in Texas law and case law. It is an objective standard, not a subjective one, that binds both the operator and the city. By design, this was intended to allow for, in fact, encourages operators and cities sitting down together to plan and coordinate the orderly development of minerals and their community. Two other issues were raised in the committee. Testimony and committee statements supported the role of cities to regulate above-ground activity and supported enumerating types of surface regulations that fit in the above-ground category of regulations. The bill enumerates, for the first time ever, fire and emergency response, traffic, lights, or noise, or imposing notice, or reasonable setback lines. Concerns raised in committee that examples of cities working with industry to create compromise ordinances would be invalidated by this law. Parties agree to instruct a court to give evidentiary weight to whether operations have occurred under those ordinances by creating a presumption of compliance. The regulatory roles for cities and the state needs to be reaffirmed by this legislature to resolve any ambiguity in what cities can do to regulate oil and gas activity without harming the priorities or the taking of property rights. In the absence of this bill, a statewide patchwork of oil and gas regulation is likely, an outcome that would not serve the public interest and would hamstring the mainstay of the Texas economy. Members, the bill before you is a result of hard work by the Energy Resources Committee, compromise and agreement between the Texas Municipal League and the Texas Oil and Gas Association on the prudent changes made. To honor that agreement, it is my intention to table all amendments, and I ask you to do the same. And with that, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Mr. Dale, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Absolutely.
I'm going to try to clean it up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, so the bill didn't look like this originally, did it? There were some changes made at the request of cities, is that correct?
Absolutely. We listened to almost 9 hours of testimony. You were part of that committee. And at the end of that discussion, it became very clear that we needed to add some protections to address the concerns of the cities. And so we did that. We did that with your help and others. And so we added protection about, there's some discussion about the prudent operator. Well, the concern was Billy Bob's drilling. Are they to be held to the same standard as a Conoco or an Exxon Mobil? And the answer is no. This is an objective standard and not a subjective standard. And so we listened and put that in there. Cities also said, under our police powers, we've had the right over the years to establish reasonable setbacks, regulate traffic, noise, notice, that sort of thing. And we're concerned that this bill takes that away. This bill actually puts in statute, for the first time ever, that the cities have the right to regulate above ground activities that relate to oil and gas by enumerating those powers. And we did that in this bill. And third and last, we said the cities wanted a safe harbor. They said, what about ordinances that have been on the books for a number of years and we've had oil and gas operations? Is this bill going to throw all of that out? And the answer to that is no. It will not. And so we put an evidentiary burden in the bill that says if oil and gas operations have continued under a city ordinance for 5 years or more, then there is a presumption, a prima facie presumption in evidence that that is a valid ordinance. It is a rebuttable presumption, but nevertheless, there's a level or standard of evidence that we put into the bill.
So you're saying if a city has existing regulations in place that people have been operating under, that's considered commercially reasonable and they can keep it in place?
If they've been on the books for 5 years or more, then there's a presumption of that evidence.
And is it static? Does it stay? It had to have been enacted for at least 5 years?
It's a moving 5 year. So ordinances that are enacted going forward, it would still have that moving 5 year period.
So you're saying it doesn't prevent a city from trying to adopt a new ordinance, they could still do that, but they can't prevent activity.
You know, the bill recognizes that technology changes, and as new technology is developed, I think ordinances need to keep pace with that. And so what may be a prudent ordinance today may be needed to change in the future as new drilling techniques, as new safety measures come up. There may need to be changes in that ordinance.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield?
Darby, do you yield?
Absolutely.
Chairman Darby, I want to go back to the comments that you mentioned earlier, because you indicated in your opening comments that the Texas Supreme Court has weighed into this area, correct?
It is well established in Texas law. But are you referring to the reasonably prudent operator standard?
Right. I'm referring, in your initial remarks, you mentioned the Texas Supreme Court.
Correct.
Can you repeat again what the Texas Supreme Court has said?
Well, the Texas Supreme Court in Article 16, Section 59, has said that the legislature is vested with the responsibility of the development of Texas natural resources.
Okay.
It confers upon this legislature, the legislative body, to weigh in and protect our natural resources.
Right. And the date of that ruling was when?
This is back in the late early 1900s or late 1800s.
Right. And also in your remarks, I think you indicated that the things that have taken place or ordinances that have been imposed by cities recently are the things that have brought HB 40, caused HB 40 to come to the floor, correct?
Well, that's one of the emphasis for the bill, but I think once and for all, it is the responsibility of this legislature to put in place statutory language that clarifies this situation.
But in the absence of things, ordinances that have been put in place within the last 5 years, would it be fair to say that HB 40 would not be on the floor today?
You know, I think the cities and the oil and gas industry have coexisted in this state for well over 100 years.
And I agree with you. And I agree that, and let me just say that I rise to raise questions, not necessarily because I may be in disagreement with things that have taken place within the previous 5 years, but what has prompted me to stand on this particular bill is that this bill impacts ordinances that have been on the books for 5, 10, 15, and 20 years. Would that be a fair statement?
If there has been oil and gas operations under those ordinances for the 5, 10, and 15 years, then there's a presumption under the law and under this bill that that is a reasonable ordinance.
Right, but a presumption is different from a grandfather clause. You're not going to take issue with me on that.
Yeah. I'm taking issue.
Okay.
This is not a grandfather clause.
Right.
This is simply a safe harbor.
Right, because I want the members of the floor to understand that when they read that section dealing with the 5 years, that is not grandfathering ordinances that have been put in place for 5, 10, 15, 20 years. The bill only creates a prima facie legal standard that those cities would have to overcome, or that would have to be overcome in order for those ordinances to remain in place.
It would have to be overcome by an operator who was questioning whether or not this was a reasonable ordinance.
Right.
That would be a burden for the one trying to determine that that ordinance was not valid.
Now, Chairman Darby, can you provide us with some explanation as to why HB 40 should force cities that have had ordinances on the books for 15, 20, 30 years, why cities should have to come and go through a legal hurdle in order to keep those ordinances on the books today?
You know, part of the bill recognizes once and for all the state has primacy with regard to any below ground activity. We are establishing once again that this legislature has that primacy and that we have delegated the authority to the Railroad Commission and to the TCEQ. What this bill does is says, cities, we recognize that you have the right to have reasonable ordinances with regard to those matters above the ground.
Right, but and I got that, Chairman Darby. And let's just say for purposes of this conversation, I will agree with you that state has primacy on these issues. For purposes of this conversation and our discussion, let's say I agree with you. My question is, why should HB 40 undermine city ordinances that have been on the books for 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 years that really have nothing to do with what has prompted us to be discussing HB 40 today? That's the part that I'm having a problem in trying to understand. Why should I go back to the city of Houston and say that I voted for HB 40 that would put their ordinances that have been in the books for 30 to 40 years in place? Help me to understand how I can justify that.
Mr. Turner, or Representative Turner, the ordinances that you're referring to, they've been on the books for a number of years.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Has there been oil and gas operations during that period of time under those ordinances?
In 19, I want to say 1973 or 1976, there was an attempt to drill on Herman on Memorial Park, which is one of the most illustrious parks in the city of Houston. That was in the 1970s. And that land was given to the city of Houston by the Ogg family on the condition that there would not be oil and drilling taking place. And so, yes, in the 1970s, there was an attempt to drill in Memorial Park. And the question that I am posing, understanding what has prompted HB 40 to be on the floor today, those actions pertain to measures that have taken place within the last 5 years. My question to you as the author of this bill and to all of the joint authors, why should we vote for a bill that will put in question ordinances that have been on cities' books for 10, 15, 30, and 40 years? Well, that's the part that I'm not understanding.
And what I'm trying to tell you is they would not be brought under scrutiny if it had been on the books for that period of time and there has been oil and gas operations. You would not need to examine each one of those ordinances. Now, with regard to Memorial Park, is there or is there not a deed restriction on that tract of land that prevents the drilling of oil and gas wells?
I can't say for certain that there is a deed restriction. There may be a restricted covenant on it, okay? But the example that I want to use, which is a real example, there was an attempt to drill on Memorial Park in the city of Houston. The only question that I'm posing as it relates to this issue, I understand the state privacy issue. Let's say I give that one to you. I understand that. I understand that what has prompted this bill to the floor are things that have taken place within the last 5 years. I give that to you. My question is, why should we not grandfather city ordinances that have been on the books for 10, 15, 20, and 30 years?
And in my opinion, HB 40 does not do that.
It
It
does
does
not
not
grant-
do that.
I'm saying,
This does
why
not
should-
jeopardize those ordinances if they've been on the books, certainly more than the 5 years, and there's been oil and gas operations, then it is presumed that that is a commercially reasonable ordinance and would stand that evidentiary test.
But Chairman Darby, a presumption.
It doesn't have to be only 5 years. It could be the 5, the 10, the 15, the
Right.
30 years.
But a presumption is not the same thing as grandfathering.
But
what this bill does, let me tell you what this bill does. It would force cities and municipalities across the state of Texas to go into a legal courtroom and argue that the presumption should be in their favor. This is a bill that puts in place litigation from one coast to the other in the state of Texas, from one part of Texas to the other.
It's designed to end this type of litigation by creating this presumption. The
And a pre-
cities would get the benefit of that presumption.
But a
Representative
presumption
Turner.
is a legal standard. Presumption is a legal standard. And the only time
There
you're
would
going
have to be a controversy. Somebody would have to bring into question the
That's the-
validity of that ordinance.
Absolutely.
So there would have to be somebody sitting out there that wanted to participate and develop their private property
Absolutely.
rights and develop their minerals and say that this ordinance that's been on the books for 10 years prevents me from doing that.
Absolutely. And that requires litigation, Chairman Darby.
They would have to file a declaratory judgment
Absolutely.
suit.
I agree.
And the presumption of evidence would be tilted against them.
And
it
Chairman-
would be tilted in favor of the city.
And Chairman Darby, this is my question. What has prompted HB 40 on the floor today are the actions of certain cities within the last 5 years. Any ordinance that is on the books of San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, you name it, for 30 or 40 years, those ordinances should not come in play on HB 40.
They are not in play
They are
unless they were designed and passed to prevent oil and gas operations and have that practical effect. There is a presumption in those cities' favor that that ordinance is valid.
And I am asking respectfully, why shouldn't ordinances that have been on the books for the last 20 years, why should they not be grandfathered when they did not cause the issues that have prompted us to be debating HB 40 today? That's my question.
Because you cannot grandfather an ordinance that violates state or federal law. That's one reason.
Well, you can't pass any bill right now that violates federal law, even
and that's
HB 40.
what this bill says. You cannot pass an ordinance that violates state or federal law.
But this is creating state law, Chairman Darby. HB 40 is creating state law. HB 40, and I hope the members understand, HB 40 would question every ordinance on any municipality's books and would force municipalities to go to court and argue the promise that they are presumed to be legitimate. And I am indicating to you in the most respectful way that I know how that creates unnecessary litigation. That's the point that I'm trying to say.
Well, I take those comments in the spirit for which they were given, and I accept your concern. What I'm trying to describe to you is that is not a valid concern for all these cities. This bill does not overturn those ordinances. It simply creates a legal presumption that if that ordinance is brought into question.
Representative Morrison raises a point of order that the
I move to extend the time, Mr. Speaker.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none. The gentleman's time is extended.
Chairman Darby, again, I do not question the reasons why HB 40 are on the floor today. But I don't think you will strongly disagree with me that the reasons why HB 40 is on the floor today are because of what has happened within the last 5 years. not what the cities have done 20 years ago. I think you will agree with me on that.
I will grant you that what has happened in the recent history of this state has made this bill necessary. I will grant you that. But it does not mean that this bill is founded simply on the actions of what has occurred in the last 5 years.
And I understand that.
It is an attempt to once and for all establish the primacy of the state with regard to below ground activities. And I think for the first time ever, it gives the cities by statute authority to regulate above ground activities.
But it's not.
Never has it been in statute that they've had that authority. They have presumed that authority under their police powers, but it's never been acknowledged by this legislature that they had that authority. And this bill gives them that.
And I can understand, and for purposes of this discussion, agree with this bill creating state primacy over these issues as we move forward. What I would say to you is that it does not make a lot of sense to bring into play all of our city's ordinances that touch on oil and gas for municipalities across the board. Let me move to something else. In the preamble to the bill, HB 40, it says that in this state and the express preemption of local regulations of those operations. Now, the preamble of HB 40 is very important from a legal point of view because HB 40 gives the state, it gives a strong presumption to any court that HB 40 expressly intends to override any ordinance that exists anywhere in the state of Texas that touches on oil and gas
Mary. Don't mischaracterize this. It expressly preempts any regulation or ordinance that tries to regulate oil and gas operations below the ground.
Well, okay, I got you.
Below the ground.
And I agree with you, below the ground. But the point is, when the bill does not distinguish what is below the ground of existing parks. The bill does not extinguish what is below the ground of buildings that are controlled by municipalities. The bill does not distinguish what is below the ground of golf courses. Any building right now that is controlled, owned, operated by a municipality, the bill does not draw a distinction about what is below those surfaces. So why should we include in HB 40 any building, any park, any golf course that is controlled, owned, and operated by a municipality? What's the point of that?
Well, the point is presumably the municipality owns the oil and gas below their building. And if they choose not to lease those oil and gas rights for exploration purposes, then this will never come into play. There will not be a question about what happens below that building or below that golf course if there's no mineral interest that has been leased for oil and gas purposes.
Okay, then can we clear up the language? Can we clean up the bill such that any municipal building, park, golf course that is owned, operated, controlled by a municipality, where drilling has not been leased or will not be leased, is not controlled by this bill.
There's no city ordinances that should preempt state law. This state law is designed to protect private property rights. It is clearly established under Texas law for a century that the oil and gas and mineral estate is primary and over the surface rights. There has to be an accommodation given to the surface owner. And so if you want to drill an oil and gas well and you've obtained the mineral interest from a lease, then you have to make appropriate surface accommodation to the improvements on the surface. You simply can't go remove the building and drill under the building. You have to recognize that surface has been appropriated and that you need to make appropriate accommodation for that.
Chairman Darby, let me just say, I understand where you're coming from. I don't take issue with that. I understand your objective. I don't take issue with that. I understand quote unquote, the problems that you're trying to address. I don't take issue with that. But I would submit to you that HB 40 goes far beyond addressing problems that have come to play within the last 5 years. Will you agree with me that just like municipalities can overreach, and I think you will argue that municipalities within the last 5 years have overreached. Would that be a fair statement?
I think that is one of the reasons for the need for this bill is that there has been encroachment of the state's primacy with regard to oil and gas operations.
Then let me, with that understanding.
This state depends upon the oil and gas industry. 40% of our economy is based upon the oil and gas industry.
I do not differ with that.
And we need to protect that.
And I want to
balance that with the city's priorities.
I agree with you. I want to protect that. They're vital to this city. They're vital to the state. They're vital to our municipalities. But what I will also say, and what I would caution those with HB 40, is just like some can overreach in one direction, unless HB 40 is amended, HB 40 reaches in the other.
Thank you.
Mr. Tinderholt, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the chairman yield for a question?
Mr. Darby, do you yield?
It'll be very brief. I'd like to thank you, Mr. Chairman, on behalf of Fire Chief Krausen
One minute, Mr.
Arlington.
1 minute, Mr. Tinderholt, please.
Thank you.
Please excuse Representative Kemple, Collier, Sarah Davis, Hunter, Larson, and Moody for a committee hearing on the motion. Representative Guerin. Is there objection? Chair is none. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank you on behalf of Fire Chief Krausen for hearing him during testimony. He was very pleased. And one of the concerns we've talked about, you and I personally, we've talked a lot about ordinances, but not fire codes. Last weekend in Arlington, there was a pretty serious incident that was able to be mitigated. The risk was mitigated because of the fire code and the fact that the contractors, Boots and Coots, and the fire department work together so well, and they practice scenarios. My question is, will these fire departments be able to maintain current fire codes, and the ones that might not have fire codes, can they create reasonable fire codes if drilling starts happening in these other cities?
The event you're mentioning was obviously pointed out the cooperation between the industry and local city authorities that put in place measures that protected the citizens, protected private property, and it worked. The operator called in Boots and Coots. It wasn't called in by the city. The operator recognizes the need to have outside help. They called it in. It worked. There was no gas escape. The plan worked. Fire codes are certainly within the prerogative of the city to implement with regard to oil and gas operations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I agree that the safety of the people while we're mining this oil is really important. Mr. Speaker, I would respectfully move that my comments with the chairman be put in written form, please.
Members have heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none. So ordered.
Thank you.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
Mr. Darby yield for some questions.
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Darby. I've got several questions following up on our conversation on the floor the other day that relates to legislative intent, if I could, and I'll try to move through these as quickly as possible. But there's a lot of use of the term commercially reasonable in House Bill 40, and so I want to just kind of drill down, no pun intended, on some of that. Given, as you know, I represent a district where we have a lot of urban drilling, and I think we can all agree that circumstances in heavily dense urban environments are a little different than maybe in more rural parts of our state. So would it be your intent that a 600-foot well setback is protected under this bill as commercially reasonable?
As I indicated to you last week or this week, this bill does not attempt to describe a model ordinance. It does not say that 300 feet, 600 feet, 1,000, 1,500 feet is appropriate. We leave that discretion with the cities. What is appropriate for your jurisdiction? And is it commercially reasonable? Does it allow oil and gas operations to proceed, or does it, in effect, prevent oil and gas operations? What you can't do directly, you should not be able to do indirectly. So that's the intent. We did not want to go into what is a reasonable ordinance with regard to setback restrictions.
Well, let me just ask your opinion then on this. Let me ask it this way: if City of Arlington, for instance, has I think approximately 300 gas wells currently operating in the city limits, and that's under a 600-foot setback.
Correct.
Given that there's 300 wells operating under that ordinance, would that be deemed commercially reasonable in your opinion?
Absolutely. I think that would be
Okay.
deemed commercially reasonable. There's oil and gas operations that have continued under that ordinance, and that would certainly carry that burden of proof.
Okay, thank you. In terms of commercially reasonable ordinances requiring dust, noise, vibration be kept to certain minimum standards, would that be commercially reasonable?
I don't see how that this House Bill 40 would affect those reasonable ordinances that are currently in effect and have been agreed to by the operators and have been adhered to by the operators.
Okay. Same with noise mitigation requirements?
Correct.
Okay. How about limiting fracking or well activities to daylight hours only?
You know, I don't want to go into every nuance of every ordinance here in Texas, but certainly if that's an ordinance that's been on the books and operators have drilled wells pursuant to that ordinance,
And they have.
then I believe that the presumption would follow to that ordinance.
Okay. All right. And similarly, provisions relating to truck traffic, road issues, road bonds to deal with damage and repair issues, those are considered commercially reasonable? I mean, that falls under the above-ground regulation that's...
I believe those ordinances would stand the test of HB 40.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Darby. And then Mr. Tinderholt touched some on the fire code, and you and I visited about that, and this is timely given what happened in Arlington last week. But just to be clear, the Arlington and a lot of other cities use the International Fire Code for their local fire code, and in no way is HB 40 intended to supersede any provisions of the fire code, including emergency preparation as well as response.
Intention of the bill. I mean, in fact, there's express rights for the city to have fire and emergency ordinances.
And that includes, as you know, I think the fire code is updated periodically every few years. I believe it was last updated in 2009, and there's going to be a 2014 revision that will be implemented soon. And I know we have the 5-year issue in the bill, but insofar as the fire code, our city is allowed to implement the new International Fire Code, and with the expectation that operators abide by the new fire code if there are changes.
You know, I don't anticipate any problem with HB 40 with regard to the implementation of a new fire code.
Okay. Thank you.
As long as it's not designed to prevent oil and gas operation. If it's reasonable and accommodates the safety concerns, then certainly this bill does not impact that.
Okay. And let me ask on wastewater and saltwater disposal wells. A number of cities have existing ordinances that ban those wells, including the city of Fort Worth, which I believe has been held up as a model.
Representative Morrison raises a point of order. Gentleman's time expired. Point of order is well taken and sustained.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
I am aware there's already been one extension of time, but given the seriousness of this bill for a lot of us in our local districts, I would respectfully ask the body for one more extension.
With unanimous consent, yes, but remember also there's plenty of amendments to come too. Mr. Turner has asked for an extension of time. Is there objection? There is none. So,
thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. So the railroad, going back to the city of Fort Worth and the saltwater injection well issue, the Railroad Commission has honored these municipal restrictions historically and has not issued permits if a city ordinance otherwise prohibits them. So is there anything in House Bill 40 that would alter that practice?
Well, as you know, disposal wells or injection wells are governed by the EPA, who's delegate under the Safe Water Act. They have delegated the authority to monitor those wells to the Railroad Commission. The Railroad Commission, in exercising that authority, has determined rules and regulation regarding the granting of permits. To my knowledge, they've not granted any permits in any city for injection wells. But certainly anything below the ground is within the state's prerogative, and the disposal or injection of production water is absolutely critical to the oil and gas operation. So the point I'm trying to make to you is the TCEQ and the Railroad Commission have authority to regulate disposal wells, and they have been sensitive to ordinances that want the prevention of disposal wells within their city limits. But again, I go back to the fact that anything below the ground that is an oil and gas operation, that is under the purview of the state to regulate.
Okay. So it sounds like then on that one that even if there is an existing city ordinance as there is in Fort Worth banning injection wells, that ultimately rests with the Railroad Commission to make that determination, not the city.
And you know, another point of that, to your point, even if a permit was granted, there are other ordinances that would affect that operation, such as traffic. The city would have the ability to regulate traffic in and out of that site. They'd have the right to regulate noise or hours or notice or safety or fire. Anything that we've enumerated here, the cities would still have the right under HB 40 to regulate those activities.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And last couple of questions on this, Mr. Darby. The bill language refers a couple of times to a reasonably prudent operator. Is there a definition, or in your mind, of what a reasonably
well, that is one term of art that is well established in Texas case law, and I'll be glad to read the definition. But it is one of those terms of arts that is well established in Texas case law, and that's why the bill ties the standard to a reasonably prudent operator standard.
Okay, so the expectation, the intent with the bill is that we use the definition in current statute as it relates to.
And it is an operator not of high prudence, and certainly not of low prudence, but one of ordinary prudence, and that's the standard that the courts have gone back to time and time again.
Okay, and lastly, with respect to the five-year language, you would agree, I would think, that the oil and gas industry is constantly evolving. There's new technological advances. Some of the procedures and techniques change. Under the five-year language in HB 40, will cities have the ability to adapt their ordinances going forward in the event that the practices of the industry change, as long as provided they're commercially reasonable?
And that is one of what I think is the basic tenets of this bill that allows cities and the industry to move forward. If technology changes, cities have the right to update their ordinances accordingly, and the oil and gas operators need to have input in that. This bill is designed to foster communication between the operators and the cities to try to craft ordinances that reasonably accommodate all of these objectives and protect the citizens and protect the private property rights.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Darby. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move that the entire floor debate on House Bill 40 be, from the layout to eventual passage or vote, be reduced to writing and placed in the journal for the purposes of legislative intent.
Senator Davis has made that motion previously, and it's been adopted.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Darby.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker.
Rodriguez, for what purpose?
Has the gentleman's time expired, or do we extend it another?
3 more minutes, sir.
Okay, real quickly, Mr. Speaker, does the gentleman yield for a quick question?
Absolutely.
I'm yield.
Thank you. Chairman, on the definition section here for oil and gas operation, I have a question on what the transportation of oil and gas means. What does that phrase, transportation of oil and gas, actually mean? Is that pipelines? Is that trucks? What does that mean in this definition?
Pipelines are governed by 2 separate statutes already in existence. Nothing in this bill disturbs those existing statutory authority for pipelines. Trucking, obviously, still is covered. The reasonable regulation of that traffic is within the city's purview. It just cannot be designed to eliminate the operation.
So the transportation of oil and gas, you're saying this is a standard definition of oil and gas operation already current? That's the current existing definition of oil and gas operation? Or are we creating some of this?
Yes, this is really components of what is well established in oil and gas law.
So the concern that I have about this, and I'll talk to you a little bit about this offline after we finish here, is that currently cities do have some authority when it comes to pipeline and where that's going to be, maybe refineries and that kind of thing. If this is not meant to change that authority, then I think that's great, and I think we may want to do legislative intent on that. Otherwise, we might want to make that clearer, or I might want to try to make that clearer in this bill, that it doesn't affect the city's current authority to maybe do some of that regulation.
It is the intent that nothing in this bill affects existing pipeline statutes in place under the Natural Resources Code and under the Health and Safety Codes.
All right, thank you. Mr. Speaker.
Rodriguez, for a purpose.
May I ask that the exchange, I think it's all going to be on the record. Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Mr. Dale, for what purpose?
Gentleman, you here for a question?
Yes.
So, Mr. Chairman, we've heard a lot of discussion about that this will just wipe out city ordinances. I mean, what would be the scenario in which a city ordinance would be challenged, for example?
Well, if there's an ordinance on the book that the operator, in trying to exercise his private property rights to develop his minerals, then if he thought an ordinance was preventing him from doing that, then he could go into the courts and seek declaratory remedy for that, determining whether that ordinance.
Representative Crownover raises a point of order. Gentleman's time expired. The point of order is well taken and sustained.
Mr. Darby.
Chair recognizes Representative Riddle and Representative Thompson for recognition.
Thank you, members. One of the special things that we get to do is an introduction. And today in the gallery right up here, we have Lone Star College. So the members out here in your desks, come up here to help greet Dwayne Bohack and others. And Donna Howard, if you're on the floor, we also have Austin College.
Representative Harless.
Representative Harless is here. So, and yes, so
honorary Lone Star person for the day.
But Lone Star College students, please stand, and I think that these members would like to give a special hello to you. Donna Howard, in just a moment, Representative Howard is going to introduce her Austin College, but Ms. T.
I'm Representative Senfronia Thompson, and I have several campuses in my district. And congratulations, and thank you for coming to your house, the Texas House of Representatives.
Recognize Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members, and thank you for inviting me to be up here. Would the representatives from Austin Community College please stand? I understand you're here with them. Is that correct?
All right.
Do we have them up
No, we would have run and got you.
Ah, there we are. The backbone of the workforce education here in the Austin community, as well as, I guess it's 9 other counties that you're in. So thank you so much for being here today.
We are so proud of all of you. Enjoy your day here at the Capitol. Congratulations for being here. Thank you so much, and welcome to your house.
Awesome.
Good.
We're doing it right now. We're just.
Chair recognizes Representative Johnson for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm joined here at the front microphone today with Representative Chris Patty, who is the co-chair of the Young Texans Legislative Caucus, and today is Young Texans Day at the Capitol. So we'd like to, on behalf of the entire Young Texans Legislative Caucus, which is a caucus consisting of members who are under the age of 40 or who represent districts who have a higher than average number of constituents who are under the age of 40, to recognize all of the young professional organizations, student government organizations, and other youth groups from around the state who have come to participate in the Young Texans Day at the Capitol and to gain further insight into the workings of state government. So we're joined here at the front microphone with members of the Young Texans Caucus. We want to welcome you to your Texas House and ask you to please stand in the gallery and be recognized at this time. Woo! Thank you so much for being here. Welcome to your state capitol and enjoy your day.
Good job, man.
The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Giddings.
Chair recognizes Representative Giddings.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment would assure that cities can continue to promulgate rules pertaining to the operation of and traffic associated with commercial saltwater disposal wells. Many cities that allow non-commercial saltwater disposal wells and other oil and gas operations within city limits do not allow commercial saltwater disposal wells due to concerns about public health and the traffic hazards associated with commercial saltwater disposal wells. It is true that the Railroad Commission does require a commercial permit for disposal wells and an application, but they do not specifically recognize traffic as an issue in the permit itself. Traffic is not a public issue they consider. They do look at issues like whether any waste injected is isolated and the proper casing and cementing and equipment is in place to avoid spills. And under my amendment, the Railroad Commission would continue to be in charge of that. However, cities need the ability to continue to regulate traffic as it is related to these disposal wells as well as their placement. And I believe that my amendment just makes that clear. Now, in looking at the responsibilities under the statutory provision, the Railroad Commission's focus is on balancing the state's natural resource production with the need to protect the supply of fresh water. In determining whether the use of the proposed disposal well...
Will the gentlelady yield for a couple questions?
Ms. Giddings, do you yield?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to finish. It takes me about 30 seconds.
Not this time.
Thank you. In determining whether the use of the proposed disposal well is in the public interest, the Commission analyzes whether the well will provide needed additional disposal capacity and an economical and safe means of disposing of oil and gas waste, thereby assessing the increasing ability for the ultimate recovery of oil and gas and preventing waste. Now, there has been a case that has been adjudicated, the Railroad Commission of Texas versus the Texas Citizens for Safe and Clean Water, and it has been established by the Supreme Court that that is what the Commission does, and that's what they're intended to do. And, Mr. Speaker, I will now yield to my good friend.
Mr. King.
Thank you. Ms. Giddings, as I was looking at the reports, and if I understand it correctly, there are 4,103 different types of disposal wells operating within the city limits of Dallas County today. And has there been a concern or has there been issues with those disposal wells, those 4,000, contaminating any groundwater or creating traffic hazards that you're aware of?
Chairman King, we're concerned about these commercial saltwater disposal wells, and the cities can, in fact, regulate those now just as they regulate a landfill.
Now,
and so they're not asking for anything more than what they're doing right now.
And is the traffic your largest concern? Because as I'm reading the bill, it allows the city to have complete, total control over traffic. You know, of the 35,000 different disposal wells operating within the state today, there's never been a single case in all the decades of there being any groundwater contamination. So what I found for most cities, my cities, have been primarily concerned with traffic. Is that the larger concern that you see?
I think the largest concern here is the traffic, but
and I agree with you that's a concern. But would you not agree with me also that the way the bill is structured, that it still allows cities to have total control of that traffic flow to and from disposal wells?
Well, you say the bill says above ground, and traffic is above ground,
Certainly.
but obviously these disposal wells create a great deal of traffic and the tearing down of the road. But I think you make my case when you tell me how many of
I'm
these
not trying
wells...
to do that.
And let me tell you, when you tell me how many of these wells are operating in Dallas County, so whatever they're doing now, my mayors have sent me letters that they just want to continue to be able to do that, because there may be a situation where somebody wants to put a well in a neighborhood or something, and they obviously would not be
in looking
in
at
favor
your
of
amendment,
that.
in looking at your amendment, I think the second part of it is accurate in that it deals with traffic. The other part of the amendment that concerns me a bit is, as you know, under the Safe Drinking Water Act, the federal government has preempted states with regard to disposal wells, all disposal wells. And then in the case of Texas, the EPA has conveyed that authority to oversee to regulate disposal wells. They've conveyed it to the state. And would you not agree with me that there is a grave concern that if statutorily we take the authority away from the Railroad Commission and give it to cities to regulate the disposal wells, that we run the great risk of having the EPA rescind the state's authority to regulate those wells, and we, in a sense, turn Dallas's ability to have any control over disposal wells. Right now, at least, they can work with the Railroad Commission, but Dallas would lose that total authority to Washington, D.C. And would you not agree with me that that is a grave concern?
Well, that might be a concern if I agree that that was the case. I don't agree that that is the case. And while the Railroad Commission has the ability to regulate these wells, they're only looking at a couple of things. And the fact that they only listen to a couple of things has been clarified in a Supreme Court ruling. In the Railroad Commission of Texas versus the Texas Citizens for Safe and Clean Water. They're looking at the disposal capacity, increasing the ultimate recovery of oil and gas,
but
and
of course you understand
waste.
that's because TCEQ regulates clean water with regard to disposal wells, not the Railroad Commission. The Railroad Commission deals with siting and the safety regulations, and then TCEQ, of course, deals with the clean water. And are you aware also, and I'm sure you are, that the cities by statute receive notice anytime there's an application for a disposal well within their municipality, so that they can intervene in that with the Railroad Commission and be involved in that application process?
Well, Chairman Cook, what I recognize and what my cities recognize, according to the letters that they have sent to me, is that one of the responsibilities and the obligations that they have to protect their citizens in terms of their health and safety. With this bill, they no longer have that. They're not concerned about oil production and that kind of thing. They don't restrict
Crown over
that.
raises a point of order. The lady's time has expired. Point of order is well taken and sustained.
I move passage.
Chair recognizes Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I hope you heard the discussion.
Disposal wells are a critical element of oil and gas production and a surface right tightly regulated by the Railroad Commission and the TCEQ. Adding another layer of regulation and permitting should be debated as a standalone bill and not in this one. And honoring my commitment to the Texas Municipal League, who has signed off on this bill, and the Texas Oil and Gas Association, I have honored my agreement with them by promising to keep this bill free of any amendments.
Mr. Speaker?
So let me just finish.
Okay.
I have made a commitment. You've seen a copy of the letter signed by TML and Texoga in your files, in one of the handouts. And in the spirit of honoring that commitment, I have agreed to do my dead level best to keep this bill free of any amendments, and I'm going to need your help, members. And with that, I'll yield for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Mr. Darby,
Yes.
do you yield? Gentleman yields.
Chairman, I just have a clarifying question that I want to make sure is clear for my city. The city of Fort Worth has had a ban on since 2001 in regards to disposal wells, and the Railroad Commission has honored that ban for the last 14 years. Is there anything in House Bill 40 that is going to tell the Railroad Commissioner to do anything but what they've been doing for the last 14 years?
I would hope the Railroad Commission would continue its federally mandated obligation to monitor disposal injection wells under the Safe Drinking Water Act. I would hope that they would continue those obligations and use their best judgment to protect the various needs of cities and of the industry. So, with that.
Well, I'm sorry, I don't think that really addresses my question. I just want to make sure I understood. So if the city of Fort Worth has had a ban on disposal wells since 2001, will this bill tell the Railroad Commissioner to do anything but honor that ban?
It will simply reestablish the Railroad Commission that the state has that preeminent authority, and we have delegated them to uphold that responsibility.
So are you telling me that they can still, the city of Fort Worth can ban?
I'm saying the Railroad Commission will continue, as they've done in the past, to regulate disposal wells in Texas.
So is the answer yes?
The answer is this state establishes, this bill establishes the preeminence of the state, and we've delegated that authority to the Railroad Commission, and that will continue under this bill.
Thank you, Thank you.
And with that, I move to table.
Chair recognizes Representative Giddings to close on her amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, this amendment, in my opinion, is a clarifying amendment and allows cities the ability to continue to protect the health and safety of their citizens. They are not interested in shutting down oil and gas production, just the opposite. But they do believe that they need to have the ability to say where one of these disposal wells can be located, just as they can determine where a landfill is located, because both might have hazardous waste or toxic ingredients in them. This amendment specifically addresses commercial saltwater disposal wells, not wells used by a single oil and gas operator to dispose of wastewater that operators generate. It's really targeted at wells that attract wastewater from other places and operators, as these wells also attract more traffic. This amendment would allow a city to say no to a commercial well within the city limits, and I don't think Fort Worth can continue to do that under this bill. I am declaring that in this particular issue, cities must be able to place limits and rules on the traffic which surrounds the hundreds of truckloads of oil and gas waste that can be related to an oil and gas disposal unit. A commercial disposable well or disposal well for oil and gas receives hundreds of trucks a day of salt water and other dangerous oil and gas. And I would ask that you vote no against the motion to table.
Excuse Representative Leach because important business of district. The motion Representative Sheets. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Ms. Giddings sends up an amendment. Representative Darby moves to table this on the motion to table. Clerk, ring the bell. Vote aye, vote nay. Show Representative Darby voting aye, Representative Giddings voting no. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Patty voting aye. Have all voted? Being 97 ayes and 46 nays, the motion to table prevails. Excuse Representative Marquez because of important business to the district. The motion, Representative Sarah Davis, an objection. Chair is none, so ordered. Chair recognizes Representative Herrero for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to allow the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence to consider HB 3959, 1530, 2658, 2319, 1663, 2970, 2777, 3046, 3936, 3578, 1014, 3276, 1655, 3579, 329, 1975, 3415, 249, 530, 2116, 472, 1012, 713, 259, 3893, 2170, 777, 192, 3553, 865, 749, 22, let me start, that's 277, 3338, 3388, 3580, 362, 112, 1264, 1064, 1496, and 71 at 2 p.m. or upon final adjournment. Recess date April 20th, 2015. Place JHR 120. Yeah, it'll be for a public hearing to consider those bills.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Following an announcement, the clerk read the announcement.
The Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence will meet at 2 p.m. or upon final adjournment or recess on April 20th, 2015 at JHR 120 for a public hearing to consider HB 3959, 1530, 2658, 2319, 1663, 2970, 2777, 3046, 3936, 3578, 1014, 3276, 1655, 3579, 329, 1975, 3415, 249, 530, 2116, 472, 1012, 713, 259, 3893, 2170, 777, 192, 3553, 865, 749, 277, 3338, 3388, 3580, 362, 112, 1264, 1064, 1496, and 71.
The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Collier.
Recognized Representative Collier.
Mr. Speaker, members, this amendment would ensure that cities are able to be compensated for damage caused by oil and gas operations within city limits or extraterritorial jurisdiction. And I move passage.
Chair recognizes Representative Darby.
Members, again, this bill does not cover existing regulations with regard to the fire code, existing bonding requirements, those sort of things. Those things are not designed to prevent oil and gas operations. And so therefore, in the spirit of keeping this bill clean with no amendment, I'm going to move to table the amendment.
Chair recognizes Representative Collier to close on her amendment.
Members, this past weekend in Arlington, we witnessed a spill that required the use of hundreds of hours in the city, along with city resources, and the city incurred considerable expenses. Thankfully, the spill was contained with no injuries, but damage to infrastructure is still being assessed. We need this bill to ensure that cities have the ability to protect their resources and can take care of their home people. So I move to number 2 on the motion to table. Against.
Mr. Speaker?
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Will the author of the bill yield?
Yes.
No, not the amendment, the author of the bill.
Closing
Sorry,
on her
Nicole.
amendment. We're on the amendment. Hold on. Mr. Darby, Ms. Gonzalez, Mr. Darby will be back on his bill when we dispose of this amendment.
Will the author of the amendment yield?
Ms. Collier, do you yield?
Yes.
Lady yields.
I'm sorry, Representative Collier. Can you explain again why this amendment is important to you?
Yes. In this past weekend in Arlington, we had an incident that was involved a lot of manpower for the city of Arlington to correct a damage that was done by the negligence, basically, of an oil and gas fracking company. We had to get a lot of people evacuated from their homes. There was a lot of underground work that had to be done to make sure that the pipelines were in order. And so the city needs to be reimbursed. We want to make sure that this bill does not prohibit the city from seeking recovery for the losses that were caused by the oil and gas industry.
So you're just trying to do your job as a state representative to take care of your district, correct?
Well, I want to take care of all of Texas, but yes, I am looking out for my district.
I think that's very important for us to do in our positions. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, I move no on the motion to table.
Representative Collier sends up an amendment. Representative Darby moves to table this on the motion to table. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Representative Darby voting aye, Representative Collier voting no. Have all members voted? Show Representative Miller voting aye. Have all voted? Being 102 ayes and 38 nays, the motion to table prevails. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Neistat.
I recognize Representative Neistat.
Members, listen up. This amendment would simply allow cities to enact, to amend, or to enforce regulations that protect public health. Public health. This amendment is consistent with the traditional authority of local governments to make rules and regulations to protect public health, safety, and welfare, which has been recognized by the Texas Supreme Court for over 100 years. I move passage.
Yeah, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield?
Neistat, to yield?
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Elliot. And obviously, Mr. Neistat, and obviously we are all very concerned with the public health. This bill, though, does nothing to quantify or eliminate the city's primacy on health issues, on noise, on smell, on traffic, on anything like that the city is already doing, and obviously doing in a commercially reasonable way, because if there is urban drilling going on and they have these ordinances and the oil and gas industry has been able to coexist with the cities, then that's the definition of commercially reasonable within the last 5 years. And we, in working with Texas Municipal League, and we did extensive conversations with them. We did. They saw the bill. We addressed their concerns, and that's why we delineated what cities' responsibilities are, and public safety is certainly one of them that this bill does not touch, or does it harm in any way.
Well, I am looking specifically at the bill, and it says, after talking about preempting the authorities of cities, it says, except that a municipality may enact, amend, or enforce an ordinance or other measure that, and then there are 4 prongs. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes,
and
sir.
There is nothing in the 4 prongs that cities would be authorized to do that protects public health or speaks to the issue of protecting health.
Well, but in the ordinances that the cities do have, and I'm supposed to be asking questions, I'm sorry. So wouldn't you agree, though, that as urban drilling is going on, that those ordinances are in place in the present, and that the coexistence of production and that public health is already there and been proven to be commercially reasonable.
Commercially reasonable is a question, and we're also concerned about cities, large and small, that may decide it's in the best interests of public health to enact ordinances or regulations in the future. And this does not address that problem. I would also remind you that we had a pretty serious problem in Arlington last weekend.
We are all aware.
Every city in this state is concerned about how that type of emergency translates into public health issues at the local level. This should be explicitly included in the statute. The authority to protect public health should be written in there like stone.
Well, and I certainly understand your passion. We all share the passion, but I feel like House Bill 40, the way we've constructed it, the way we've constructed it with the agreement with Texas Municipal League, that your fears and concerns are taken into consideration, and this bill does not harm those concerns.
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for a question on the amendment?
I will.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you. Representative Naistat, similar to the question we just had, the Texas Municipal League did engage in negotiating on how what the outcome of House Bill 40 would be. Did they not take care of the concerns about regulation above ground activity that deals with emergency response, traffic, and setbacks? Above ground activity specifically was negotiated with TML, was it not?
Yes. The issue of above ground activity was addressed. But what's significant is that the bill that we're considering only allows cities to deal with surface issues, above ground issues. Under the bill, cities may not regulate public health issues that might arise from subsurface issues. A very timely example of this is the gas well leak that I referenced that happened in Arlington last weekend. We know all about that. Some city blocks and a church were evacuated. That was a subsurface issue, and why some emergency response personnel have concerns about the bill. Under House Bill 40, Arlington could not regulate subsurface issues.
Thank you, Mr. Naistat.
Representative Howard, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
Gentleman yield.
Yes.
Thank you, Representative Naistat. I know that you're very concerned about health, and you've had several questions here about that. So can you elaborate on your beliefs that there really is a concern here about oil and gas drilling as it relates to public health?
I'd be glad to. Members, there really is a concern about this issue, particularly in urban areas like the Barnett Shale in North Texas. Oil and gas drilling impacts air quality and water quality, and accidents can happen like we saw in Arlington. While thankfully no one was hurt in Arlington, the public health threat was very real, and it's why the city, as a precautionary measure, conducted a significant evacuation. There are accidents in all industrial processes, and cities should be able to have regulations on oil and gas drilling to protect public health, above ground and below ground.
Thank you.
Members, let me point out that There's no mention of protecting public health in the bill. Oil and gas drilling, particularly in urban areas, has serious impacts on public health. There should be explicit authority regarding public health protection in the bill. Right now, there's not.
Chair recognizes Representative Darby in opposition.
I always enjoy listening to my friend Elliot Naystad, who's got a heart of gold. But and we understand that the cities have police power to deal with these certain activities. However, we tried to bring in focus the tests under which a city can employ that police power. One, its action needs to relate to above-ground activity. Two, its action must be commercially reasonable. And three, its action must not be effectively prohibiting that operation, and its action must not be preempted by state or federal law. So with that, Mr. Speaker, honoring my commitment to keep the bill
Representative
free of any
Naystat,
amendment.
for what purpose?
This thing working? Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
Would you explain whether or not it's accurate to say that the bill only allows cities to deal with surface issues, but not subsurface?
Absolutely. It's expressly clear that the state has preeminence to regulate below-surface activities. The city has authority to regulate above-ground activities as they relate to oil and gas operations, and we have enumerated those powers.
Wasn't the problem, the emergency in Arlington, related to subsurface issues?
And there were specific measures in place provided by the fire code of the city of Arlington and by the operator that handled those issues. This occurred according to a plan that had been developed between the city officials and that operator, and it happened just like they envisioned it, and protections were in place to protect the public.
Then what is the problem with putting this language in the bill, that cities will clearly have the authority to protect public health?
Well, it would gut the four-way test. We established a four-way test in this bill to look at all of these measures. And simply by saying health and safety, they could regulate indirectly what they cannot regulate directly.
I understand, but we're talking about how the bill addresses public health. And you're talking about here and there, it's covered. But I don't think it is. Therefore, again, why don't we just clearly state that cities will have the authority, the ability to protect public health, and if we have to adjust the four other prongs of the exceptions, let's do that. Much of what
You're calling health, welfare, and safety is already covered at the state level by the TCEQ and by federal law under the Clean Air Act and other measures. So this bill does not affect that. Those are already federal statutes in place that would affect much of the health and safety under the police powers of the cities.
But wouldn't you agree that what's at the federal level and even the state level is not nearly as important as what localities, municipalities can do with respect to emergencies, accidents, and public health?
I agree with you. And any such ordinance addressing those concerns would still be complicit if they complied with the four-way test. If that ordinance is not designed simply to prohibit oil and gas operations, it's commercially reasonable, and it relates to above-ground activity, then it meets the test.
I understand, but again, we're not talking about subsurface activities.
Yeah.
Representative Turner, what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Darby. I wasn't planning on coming back here again on this, but you made a statement a minute ago, and I wanted to just ask you about that. In the Arlington case last weekend, everything worked as intended. Are you aware that it took the operator more than 2 hours to call 911 after the malfunction occurred and after the salt water started gushing up through the well?
You know, Representative Turner, I don't know about the timing incident that applies to this incident. What I do know is the outcome. There was an incident occurred, measures were taken, and the incident was taken care of without loss of property, loss of life, or the escaping of any gas. So I do know that. I don't know in what time frame that took place.
And that is all correct. Thankfully, there was no damage to property or injury. But just I want to put it on the record that the operator was in violation of the code in that they did not notify the fire department immediately as they're required to do. And I think that some of the city will be dealing with, but I just wanted to note that on the record. Thank you.
Representative Naistat sends up an amendment. Representative Darby moves to table. Representative Naistat to close. Our fault. Representative Naistat to close.
Members, very briefly, I think most of you would agree that the authority, the ability, the power of local governments to make rules and regulations to protect public health, safety, and welfare, which has been recognized by the Texas Supreme Court for over 100 years, should never be restricted, compromised, diminished, or preempted. We're talking about public health of your constituents. Please vote against the motion to table.
Members, Representative Naistat sends up an amendment. Representative Darby moves to table. Question is on the Naistat amendment. Clerk will ring the bell. 2. Show Representative Canales voting 2. No. Members all voted. Have all voted. 96 ayes, 42 nays. The amendment is tabled. Following amendment? Nope. Back up, members. Chair recognizes Representative Canales for recognition.
Speaker, members, we've got 3 young ladies from my district in the gallery. They're standing right here up on top. Faith, Sarah, Sophia, please stand up. These young ladies belong to the Edinburgh School District in my district, and yesterday they participated in the Texas Media Awards. Girls, we're incredibly proud to have you here at the Capitol. Welcome to your Texas Capitol.
Chair recognizes Representative Turner for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I just wanted to recognize in the gallery a good friend and constituent in Arlington, Mr. Bob Brown, who's here with us today down here on some Tarrant County MHMR business. Bob, thanks for being here and welcome to your Capitol.
Chair recognizes Representative Metcalf for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to welcome Principal of Giesinger Elementary, Miss Becky Page, who won the Blue Ribbon Award. Thank you, Becky, for coming to your Capitol.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Turner of Harris.
Chair recognizes Representative Turner of Harris.
Mr. Speaker and members, on this amendment here, what it seeks to do is to protect those properties that are owned or operated by municipalities. For example, what it essentially says that parks would not be impacted. golf courses would not be impacted. The infrastructure of municipalities like libraries, sidewalks, the streets, courthouses would not be protected. In an earlier conversation with Chairman Darby, I think he indicated to me that the bill was not intended to impact like parks and golf courses, municipal buildings that are already owned and operated and controlled. And all this amendment seeks to do is to protect those areas that I think all of us would agree are not intended to be covered by HB 40. That's the only thing it does. It doesn't prevent the bill from carrying out creating state primacy. It doesn't do any of that. But it simply says that when it comes to our parks, our libraries, our courthouses, buildings that are already owned by municipalities, owned, operated, and controlled, that this bill would not pose any problems to those. That's all that it does.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Anchia, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield?
I will be more than happy to yield.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Chairman Turner. I think you were very clear in your layout, but I want to make sure people understand what the goal of your amendment is. What kind of public property are you talking about here? I mean, cities deserve to protect that which is in the public trust. What are you targeting here?
The only things that are being targeted by this amendment are places like parks, golf courses, walking and bike trails, and similar public places. That is it. No more than that.
And I know you're aware, but the city of Dallas had, in its ordinance, tried to, or it was effective in stopping drilling in the Trinity River floodplain, which is an important city green space. And
absolutely.
Would this amendment keep in place that very important protection?
That is correct.
And this doesn't stop at parks, though, right, Mr. Chairman? This protects other important infrastructure and public property.
That is correct. And things like libraries, your historical places, your courthouses, that basic infrastructure would be protected by this amendment. Again, it doesn't at all conflict with state primacy. But with respect to those important infrastructure items, courthouses, libraries, historical places, sidewalks, and streets, those are the things that would be covered by this amendment.
And under this reasonably prudent operator standard, we would all like to think that a reasonably prudent operator would not drill in a park. However, in Dallas, they tried to do that very same thing. What is off limits if this amendment does not get on?
Under HB 40, as it is presently written, nothing is off limits on HB 40 as it is presently written. And so the only thing that I'm seeking to do, and accuse me of being a lawyer, 35 years, okay? The only thing this amendment is designed to do is to give clarification to the things that I think the author is trying to do. But the way it is written, the way it is presently written, nothing is off limits. And it would force people into the courtroom in order to bring clarification. If HB 40, as is currently written, Representative Anchia, it will be a gold mine for lawyers, because when you start talking about what's reasonably commercially reasonable, the reasonable in the eyes of the operator, all of that terminology, even though in a sense, it's objective, but when you say reasonable in terms of the operator, then it becomes a legal haven for lawyers to go and challenge those areas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And finally, just so that the body knows that we're not engaging in hyperbole here, I mean, we've had an operator who's tried to drill in a park in Dallas. Have you had a similar experience in Houston?
In the 70s, there was an attempt to drill in Memorial Park, and I think all of us are familiar with Memorial Park in the city of Houston. And that attempt took place in the 70s. And again, they're doing a big revamping now of Memorial Park in the city of Houston. The only thing this amendment is intended to do is to provide clarification as to what we are trying to restrict, and at the same time to give comfort to other people in knowing that when it comes to parks like Memorial Park in the city of Houston and others, that this bill is not intended to disrupt their operation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate you.
Mr. Representative Keffer, for what purpose?
Ask a few questions to the author of the amendment.
Be more than happy to yield.
Yield. Author yields.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Turner, and I thank you for this amendment. I certainly understand the concerns, but I guess take issue with what phrase you did say, because I do feel your amendment would affect House Bill 40. Because as you know, House Bill 40, and you've read it and studied it, I know you have, that we are just trying to set the boundaries because of issues that have happened in our state.
I agree.
I think you would agree that this bill is attempting to clarify and get away the gray area of what mineral owners, what their, as you know in your law practice, what their rights are as far as the industry is concerned, and then trying to clarify what cities and municipalities and these authorities have to do. So,
Chairman McKelvey, let me just say I agree, and I'm not in opposition to that.
Well, in your amendment, though, the way I read it, the way I'm understanding it, though, is that these parks or these areas that you're concerned about, there are mineral owners of possibly mineral owners in these areas.
Right, but Chairman McKelvey,
and with the technology that we have today, I'm sure you're familiar in Fort Worth with the beautiful campus of TCU.
Right.
And around the parks we have in Tarrant County, with the new technology that we have, minerals can be extracted. Minerals can be handled in a positive way, a reasonable way, and not affect the site or any of the things, because it's been doing successfully today. And I feel that, and many times, and Mr. Larson said many times, the cities have not severed minerals in their surface, the owning of the surface, and they still have minerals. So a lot of times the cities control what's going to be happening as far as drilling is concerned anyway. So I really feel that your concerns under this, and grandfathering doesn't always happen. We see that in air quality. We have our problems as it comes up. But I just feel that the concern that you do have would affect House Bill 40 and what we're trying to do here, and not allowing the cities to keep up with the technology, and still keeping mineral owners from their rights as mineral owners to extract the minerals that they have.
But Chairman McKelvey, if the intent of HB 40 is to allow the industry, for example, to drill, even with new technology, Memorial Park, I would say to you that you will be hard pressed to find hardly anybody in the city of Houston that will say yes to HB 40. If that's the intent, if the intent of HB 40 is to allow any company to go to Memorial Park with new technology and drill from what's underneath, then I think you're going to have a hard time persuading people that utilize Memorial Park that this is a good thing. And I would be hard-pressed to vote for it.
Well,
now, with the amendment, I can vote for it. Without the amendment, you're making it very, very difficult. And I think you raised the point that raises the concern.
I think House Bill 40 is trying to strike that balance where cities and operators, the industry, can work together and not come up with these situations as you're talking about.
But if HB 40 is given a green light to drill in Memorial Park, for example, then that HB 40 creates a major problem for people like me and I think others.
Is it going away?
I think Representative Cassell has destroyed the microphone.
Members, we're back.
All right. So, Mr.
Chair recognizes Representative Turner.
There's all in drilling taking place under the Capitol.
Passage. Are you move adoption?
I move adoption on the amendment. Again, the amendment does not conflict, I think, with the purpose. But if the purpose of HB 40 is to allow drilling to occur in places that we all would agree should be off limits, then I think HB 40 creates more of a problem than some of us would envision. Again, I'm not necessarily opposed to HB 40, and I think with this amendment and with one other, it makes it a much better bill. But based on what Chairman Keffer is saying, it makes it much more disturbing.
Recognizes Representative Darby in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. This amendment would simply recognize the fact that there are places that we obviously hold near and dear, but certainly in honoring private property rights in the development of oil and gas minerals. The city has ample opportunity to not lease the subsurface for oil and gas exploration, and certainly they have the ability to still monitor reasonable setback lines, noise, lights, traffic, any other operations around the county or other municipal property. And with that,
Mr. Speaker,
I simply move to table.
Representative Keffer, for what purpose?
Will the author yield for a question?
Yes.
Gentleman yield.
Mr. Turner and I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with the park. What was it again? Memorial Park that has been brought up several times. Now, again, I don't read anything in this bill that is going to disturb or affect what the decision has been made with the city of Houston concerning Memorial Park.
It's my understanding that Memorial Park has a deed covenant restriction that restricts oil and gas drilling on that ground. So nothing in this bill disrupts or abrogates the contractual provisions of that deed.
Well, that's what I'm understanding too. And again, the concerns that our friend, certainly Mr. Turner, has brought up, we all have those concerns, but I do feel that in this bill, that again, we are just going back to the basic black and white, is the primacy of the state with the minerals underground, and that the industry in cooperation with the cities to deal with their ordinance, following their ordinance for safety and all that kind of thing, that a well can be successfully drilled, and with the technology we have today, can do it successfully, as we've seen in Fort Worth on the TCU campus. Very beautiful areas around where we have urban drilling right now, that it can be done successfully.
You can balance the competing needs. Absolutely.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Turner, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
And Chairman Darby, again, I'm not opposed to HB 40, but will you consider a clarifying amendment that would exclude municipal local parks from HB 40?
Again, with all due respect, Speaker Turner, the language of the bill has been painfully, I can assure you, painfully crafted through many hours of negotiations between interest groups that have the same concerns that you have and have expressed today, and we've arrived at language that balances all of that. I do not think that anything in this bill would intervene with the city's right to control those surface activities with the other measures we've given them in this bill. And again, trying to balance the private property rights of someone who may own subsurface minerals under some of those tracks that you're talking about. Right. Nobody is going to drill a well below a federal courthouse or a state or municipal courthouse. I mean, they're just not going to have that. But there should be some reasonable surface accommodation.
But Chairman Darby, but your bill doesn't say that. I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying, and if what you're saying is right, why doesn't the bill say? What's wrong with the bill saying what you are saying? Your bill doesn't say what you just said. And if what you're saying is true.
It's well established. The doctrine of surface accommodation is well established in Texas case law, and nothing in this bill disturbs that concept.
I understand that, Chairman Darby. Just excuse me just for being a low-level lawyer around here. But I hear what you're saying. But if what you're saying is true, law school student first year, first day says, put it in writing. And the only thing that I'm asking, to clarify HB 40, to say that for local parks, HB 40 is not intended to disrupt or disturb local parks or city buildings.
I
That's
would
the
ask
only
the
thing
question,
that I'm at.
who owns the minerals under those local parks?
I have no idea.
Well, if the minerals are owned by the city, then there will never be any oil and gas exploration unless the city permits it by executing an oil and gas to a third-party operator to develop those minerals. And then it would be by contract that those minerals would be drilled for. And so if the city owns the minerals under those parks, then they can control their own destiny by never executing an oil and gas lease.
And you're saying if someone else controls the mineral rights, then
someone else controls the mineral right. Do you not recognize that that is a private property right?
I understand, but there may be certain conditions among which those properties have been given to a city to operate.
Well, and nothing in this bill abrogates those conditions or covenants by which that park was given to the city.
What about if the bill doesn't restrict horizontal drilling, does it? That can still take place.
The bill says that drilling techniques are under the purview of the state through the Railroad Commission to authorize and permit.
Okay, but the only thing, again, are you opposed to the amendment that I have put forward that clarifies that when it comes to public infrastructure and parks, golf courses, that HB 40 should not apply?
You're trying to carve out an exception. You're saying if it is a public park or a public golf course, then there needs to be an exception to the exercise of private property rights.
That is correct.
Well, I just don't happen to believe that that's the status of Texas law, and that's in the best interest, long-term best interest of the state of Texas.
Members, please excuse Abel. Members, please excuse Abel Herrera because of an important business in the district. On a motion, Representative Wally. Is there any objections? Chair hears none. So ordered. Yeah, no, we're out again.
Chair recognizes Representative Turner to close.
Chair recognizes Representative Turner to close.
Very simple. The amendment simply seeks to protect public infrastructure, public parks, golf courses, owned by municipalities, owned, operated, and controlled. That's all that it seeks to do. It does not conflict with the basic intent of HB 40 if HB 40 is as it is being represented. I ask that you vote no on the motion to table.
Members, Representative Turner sends up an amendment. Representative Darby moves to table. Clerk, ring the bell. All members voted? Show Representative Keffer voting aye. Have all voted? 97 ayes, 42 nays. Motion is tabled. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Turner of Harris.
Chair recognizes Representative Turner of Harris.
Members, on this amendment, it goes back to the conversation that Chairman Darby and I had at the very beginning. Within the bill, on the last page of the bill, it talks about the 5-year prima facie, and basically says that an ordinance that's been on the books for 5 years or more is prima facie deemed to be okay or meets the commercially reasonable standard. Prima facie does not grandfather ordinances that have been on the books for 5 years or more. What this amendment simply does, and let me just back up, I think what has prompted HB 40 on the floor are things that have taken place within the last 5 years. Actions that certain municipalities have taken that encroach, some would argue, on the oil and gas industry. I got that. I understand that. The only thing that this amendment seeks to do is for those ordinances that have been put in place on the books for 5 years or more, that in a sense we are grandfathering those ordinances in. So if the ordinances have been in place for 5 years, 6 years, 10 years, 15, 20 years, and they have been deemed, and they've been in operation and they've been okay, the only thing that this amendment does is simply grandfathers those ordinances in.
The gentleman yield for a question.
I'd be more than happy to yield.
Gentleman yields.
So, Chairman Turner, earlier in the opening, I was asking Chairman Darby about whether or not that was a static 5 years or if it could allow new regulations to be put in place. The way I read this, it seems like you're saying, hey, if it was in place for 5 years or more, it's in place, but that's kind of it. It doesn't look like there's any room for municipalities to continue to add regulations because I don't see ors in here or things that give options. So it seems to me that there's more flexibility in Chairman Darby's bill than you're giving here. You're actually saying if you haven't had it in place before the bill's in effect, then you can't put new regulations in place.
No,
I don't think that's what you want, and I think that's what your amendment does.
No, that's not at all what it does. It simply says that if there's some ordinance that's already on the books that's 5 years or older, those ordinances are grandfathered in. It doesn't prevent any municipality from changing their ordinance or renewing their ordinance. It doesn't prevent them from doing that at all.
So is it in fact the case that if you've got municipalities with all different kinds of patchwork regulations out there, this amendment of yours really perpetuates that, and that really I think that could have an impact on safety because there's safety in uniformity. And when you're operating across these various cities, counties, et cetera, and you've got a different method of operating, it hurts safety for the workers, it hurts safety for the environment, it hurts safety for water quality, and for the neighbors that are by that drilling.
Let me respond. I have not heard one single ordinance that has been put in place 5 or 10 years ago that has created, that's caused HB 40 to be on the floor today. Can you name me an ordinance that's more than 5 years old that has created this problem?
That's not my argument. My argument is that based on what your amendment says, if you haven't had something in place for 5 years, you're not going to be able to have new municipal regulations.
But that is your argument. Because what my amendment says is that if there's been any ordinance that's been on the books for 5 years or more, those ordinances are grandfathered in.
No, my argument is, as a former city council member, that I want to have the flexibility at the city level to promulgate new rules so I can regulate the surface activities. And your amendment says that if I haven't done that already and had it in place for 5 years, I'm out of luck.
That is blatantly false and a misrepresentation of my amendment. The city, for example, your city, my city, San Antonio, they can pass any ordinance they choose to pass now and going forward. If, for example, another city wants to do something tomorrow, they certainly can under this amendment. This amendment simply says that if there's an ordinance that's been on the books for 5 years, or 10 years, or 15 years, and it's okay, it's grandfathered in. It doesn't prevent the cities from negating that ordinance or changing it or renewing it. What's wrong with that?
Well, I mean, that's not the way I read it.
But that's the way I wrote it.
Okay, understood. Fair enough.
Now, I wrote it. Now, how you interpret it, I leave it up to you. But the point that I'm simply making, if there is an ordinance that's on the books, that's been on the books for 10 years, that's creating a problem that needs to be preempted, then somebody simply needs to tell me. What ordinance that has been on the books for 5, 6, 7 years that's creating a problem that needs to be preempted? And no one has been able to say that. I would ask that you be supportive of the amendment, which simply grandfathers the ordinances that are 5 years or more.
Representative Turner sends up an amendment. Representative Darby in opposition.
There you go.
With all due respect to my learned colleague, his amendment would simply invalidate the four-way test. How do you, on its face, grandfather in a below-ground regulation?
How can that be grandfathered in? That's within the state's purview. How can you grandfather in an ordinance that violates state or federal law? You cannot. And so, therefore, I simply honoring my commitment to keep this bill without amendment.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Keffer, for what purpose?
Could I ask the author a question, please?
Author yield.
Absolutely.
Gentleman yields.
You're certainly, as we're having committee hearings and seeing what the industry is doing, technology is greatly advancing every day. Would you agree with me?
Yes, absolutely.
And if we're grandfathering, as Mr. Turner wants us to do, we're not giving cities or anybody the ability to advance with the technology that the industry is advancing. And so, you know, it might not be that that's what we need. As a matter of fact, it might be a hindrance to the city.
That's exactly why we have a 5-year rolling period.
Representative Turner, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yield.
Chairman Darby, can you give me an ordinance that's been on the books for 6 years that needs to be brought into HB 40 or older? Can you give me any ordinance that's 5 years or older that needs to be dealt with by HB 40?
Well, one of the beauties about HB 40 is I don't have to look at every single ordinance. I simply put a test in place that allows the process to move forward and judge every one of these ordinances by this 4-way test. We don't have to look at a model ordinance.
But Chairman Darby, when we are voting for HB 40, we are trying to provide a solution to a problem. The only thing that I'm asking, and I think all members should be asking the question, what ordinance that's older than 5 years old is creating a problem with oil and gas operations that need to be fixed?
Well, you know, Chairman Turner, oil and gas is cyclical. And you know, 5 years wasn't simply arbitrary. It allows for a cycle of oil and gas exploration.
I understand.
An ordinance may be 4 years old, but there may not have been oil and gas operations under that ordinance. And therefore, why grandfather that if it's not commercially reasonable or it affects below ground activities? Why grandfather that? So therefore, I respect your judgment, but I don't want to have to look at every single ordinance in this state and say, yes, it complies with state law, and it doesn't.
But Chairman Darby, when we pass a bill that potentially could impact any ordinance that exists on the books, I think we have an obligation to know what we are trying to fix. Now, the House may not vote for my amendment. It may not vote. Everybody has the right to do what they have to do. But when you're passing a bill that has potentially can impact every ordinance that impacts oil and gas directly, indirectly, we ought to know what the problem is that we're trying to fix.
But I don't want to have to look at every ordinance. I want to make sure that any ordinance on the books meets these tests. And if they do meet the tests, then over the passage of 5 years, then it becomes prima facie evidence that that's a good ordinance, with all due respect.
And prima facie is a legal standard. It is not. Look, sometimes let me go in my seat, but what I would say is just because you can doesn't necessarily mean that you should.
I
would say that to the cities. I would say that to the legislature. Just because you can doesn't mean that you should.
And I will echo that.
Representative Keffer, for what purpose?
Can I ask the author a question?
Gentleman yield.
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
You know, and believe me, we all know and love Mayor Turner. And it's something that is an issue for him, for all of us, to make sure the cities are not put in an imbalance. But this is what we go back. TML, Texas Municipal League, studied this bill. You worked with TML and the industry to come up with a balance. We're not doing this in a void. We're not doing this in a vacuum. Everybody, all the concerned parties have seen this bill. We all know what we're getting into. And they have, both these important entities have signed off and agreed to support this bill.
They have.
Is that not true?
That's true.
Thank you.
With that, I move to table.
Chair recognizes Representative Turner of Harris to close.
I certainly respect Chairman Darby, and I respect Chairman Keffer, and I respect TML, but I didn't give up my seat to TML. I am still the state representative of District 139, and I do not defer to some other organization to represent my interests or the interests of the people in my district. And I think TML is wrong. And I think TML ought to respect legislators who represent their, and just because there's an agreement to keep the bill clean doesn't mean that the bill is good. Now, clean doesn't mean good. So, I mean, as the people in my district would say, let's not get it twisted here today. I understand what Chairman Darby is trying to do. And I probably will end up voting for it. But I do know this amendment makes it better. And I do know if we're going to pass a bill that's going to impact any city's law or ordinance that's on the book, we ought to know what the problem is. Now, I know what we're trying to fix, what has happened in the last 5 years. But if, for example, the city of Houston has a law, an ordinance on its books that's 10, 20, 30 years old, why should we impact that ordinance if it's not creating a problem? Those ordinances didn't create a problem, didn't bring us here today. So I got it, I understand, I know how people, you know, I see the vote tally, and I know folk have made their minds up. I got all of that. But just because the majority carries doesn't mean the majority is right. And I think in due time, I hope this bill does not come back to haunt us. I ask you to vote no on the motion to table. It simply says, if an ordinance has been on the books for 5 years or more, we are grandfathering those ordinances.
Representative Turner sends up an amendment. Representative Darby makes a motion to table. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Patty voting aye. Representative Keffer voting aye. All voted. Members, have all members voted? 98 ayes, 40 nays. The motion is tabled. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Lucio.
Chair recognizes Representative Lucio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, like I've said in the past, I should always organize myself and never go after Chairman Turner. That just doesn't leave much to say, but I'll do my best. So, members, born and raised on the coast, fifth generation in Cameron County, I've experienced a number of hurricanes. I have heard stories of a number of hurricanes who have affected South Texas. And what this amendment simply does, and I did try to meet with the chairman, I met with folks from the oil and gas industry, and I don't think that they said that they dislike my amendment, but they're trying to keep the bill free from amendments, despite the merits of the amendments, apparently. But what this amendment will do, it still leave the discretion with the Railroad Commission regarding shutting off underground valves in the case of an imminent threat or hurricane. But what it will do is allow municipalities, when the commission fails to take action, and there can be a number of reasons that they fail to take action, including that the decision makers aren't available. But time is of the essence in our natural disasters, members. And what this will do is say, when there is a recognized natural disaster, such as a hurricane that's imminent, and the Railroad Commission or other state regulatory body fails to mandate the shutting off of valves, which could create a public hazard, that this will allow the city to do so. And that's all it simply does. It still creates a state regulatory scheme. It doesn't impact it. But in case they fail to act, there will be opportunities for the cities to protect their citizens.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Captain, for what purpose?
Can I ask the author a few questions?
Absolutely. I yield.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You're Ms. Lucio, I'm sure in your conversations then with the Mr. Darby and others that you're aware of statewide Rule 13.
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Well, that's the upgrade of well integrity that the Railroad Commission passed with the industry last year. And in there are provisions for shut-off valves. There are provisions to make sure that the Railroad Commission is there to handle those situations and to be aware. And you know, your issue that you're bringing up as far as tropical storms, hurricanes, that kind of thing, where the Railroad Commission would be there and would be, instead of having a patchwork, again, that's what House Bill 40, I think you'll agree, we're trying to make sure that we delineate what state authority is and federal or whatever, and what cities are doing, and keep a balance and try to keep the patchwork of rules and regulations to the minimum, and then let the Railroad Commission, who has the purview over this, handle these situations.
And Mr. Chairman, this doesn't change that. This doesn't take any discretion, any authority away from the Railroad Commission. What this says is if for whatever reason the Railroad Commission fails to act because they're fully occupied doing something else, or the commissioners are out of the state or whatever, that this allows the city to act so that we don't have an unintended natural disaster. So here's what I've heard when I've discussed, and if I could just say, this is what I've heard when I've discussed this amendment. One, the Railroad Commission can do it. And what I'm saying is if they can't, or if they fail to, we have a safeguard. Two, these are multi-million-dollar investments, so the industry will do it themselves. So I have an amendment now that is really a third security blanket. You have the Railroad Commission, industry, and then cities. So all this will do was provide insurances to the constituents that you and I represent, or whomever represents, that are prone to natural disasters, that there is ultimately local control and discretion during those imminent times of danger, that this won't be a problem.
Are there rules and regulations in place today?
And I'm not changing that. What I'm saying is if they fail to act, and if the industry fails to act, that this is a third option to protect the public safety. And I am not, again, diluting the Railroad Commission's authority.
Mr. Speaker.
Rodriguez, for what purpose?
To ask a question, please.
Lucio, do you yield?
Yes, sir.
Dummy yields.
Representative Tocayo, are these subsurface safety valves provision in coastal cities under threat from the bill as it is written?
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Are these SSFV provisions in coastal cities under threat from the bill as it is written?
Well, coastal cities like Galveston, Port Aransas, Corpus Christi depend on subsurface valve ordinances to protect them during hurricanes that strike the Gulf Coast. The city ordinances typically require the use of these valves or wells of sufficiently high pressure, provide inspections and reporting requirements, and require activation in advance of hurricane force winds.
So how do these subsurface safety valves protect wells from extreme weather events?
So these valves can remotely isolate reservoir fluids from the surface in the event of lost containment at the wellhead. For example, if a wellhead is destroyed by a hurricane.
When are these safety valves appropriate for onshore applications?
Well, these valves are appropriate for onshore applications when well pressures are high and when the wellhead is threatened, again, by weather events like hurricanes, which, for me, is a yearly, concern and something that, especially with all the growing oil and gas exploration in South Texas, could create hazards for our constituents.
And does the Railroad Commission regulate these safety valves currently?
Yes, sir. And, like previously mentioned by Chairman Keffer, the Railroad Commission only requires them for bay and offshore wells only in Rule 313, but they do not require them for onshore wells. They don't provide any inspection requirements, and they don't provide any requirements to activate them prior to a hurricane when they're needed most.
Well, this amendment sounds like it's very important to the coastal area, and I hope the chairman will accept it.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Canales, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Lucio, do you yield?
Be happy to.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Lucio, I appreciate this amendment. I want the members to actually listen because all day today, we've got this habit. We're going to keep the bill clean. We're not going to accept any amendments. I sit on energy. And I'll tell you what, that concept of legislating to me is not legislating. This is a great amendment because it only enforces a state law and they don't step in to do it themselves, doesn't it?
That's all it does. Again, I'm
It's
providing.
actually a state law enforced on a municipality by a municipality
Correct.
to save an area that might have a catastrophic event.
Correct.
Oh, this is a terrible amendment. Members, we ought to table this. I mean,
Well, thank you.
this is the kind of amendment we need, and I appreciate you for bringing that.
Thank you.
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Lucio, do you yield?
Yes, I do.
Gentleman yields.
I was listening from the back on your amendment, and so basically all you want is a backup plan, correct?
That's correct.
In the case of an emergency, shouldn't we have a backup plan? Isn't that good leadership?
So, you know, sometimes we have a tropical storm that's in the Gulf or approaching the Gulf, and the tropical storm is minor in its grade. And then for whatever reason, pressures change, and that minor tropical storm turns into a hurricane in a very short time frame. You know, I'm further reading my rules, and it seems like there is some discrepancy whether or not they can act to shut off valves on onshore. But let's give them the benefit of the doubt and say they can. My concern is that if there is a short time frame within that the Railroad Commission can act, and if they fail to act for whatever reason, decision makers are out of town, they're at a conference, they're on vacation,
There's a
and they don't
disaster
issue
somewhere
right,
else.
and they don't issue that order or that mandate, then we have a municipality that says, hey, you know, I'm Brownsville, Texas, I'm Harlingen, Texas, I'm Corpus Christi, we have a hurricane coming, oil and gas industry, can you please shut off your valves just during this time of disaster? I'm not asking them to regulate them in any other time but this very narrow circumstance where there's an imminent harm or danger to, you know, cities and municipalities and people.
Representative Lucio, I really appreciate this amendment. I think in a time of an emergency, a hurricane, we need to be able to have all of our tools in our tool belt to make sure that people are safe. And I worry that if we don't pass your amendment, we might regret it when we do have an emergency. Thank you for bringing it to us.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative. I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Railroad Commission under Rule 13 already have subsurface protections for oil and gas operations along the Gulf Coast and in the Bay. This would simply set another layer of regulation. In the event of a hurricane or a natural disaster, who's the first person that wants to make sure that that well that they've invested $15 to $20 million in is protected? It's going to be the operator of that well is going to make sure those valves have been turned off, not some city official who should be busy trying to evacuate people from the area, may or may not forget to go out to that well and turn off the valve. Let's leave it to the operator and the Railroad Commission to cover this circumstance. With that, I move to table.
Chair recognizes Representative Lucio to close on his amendment.
Thank you. If I could just emphasize what Chairman Turner said. He said all stakeholders, it's been said various times today, that all stakeholders have signed off on this bill. Well, I consider myself a stakeholder. And I was sent here to be a stakeholder in this process, and I didn't sign off on this bill. My first chance to participate in this process is today. And I feel that I'm bringing a common sense amendment that essentially just provides a safeguard, doesn't change anything. But what I will say is in the past, when I've been involved in comprehensive pieces of legislation, I've been asked to be on teams to vet amendments. I never took the approach that we should keep the bill free from amendments. I always try to work with members to adopt amendments to make the bill better, make the bill stronger. But I do respect my classmate, Chairman Darby, and what he's trying to do, and I know he's worked real hard. But I represent the coast. I represent South Texas. Hurricanes are a major threat to the safety of my area. And when responding to hurricanes, things get very, very serious very quickly, and this provides just an additional safeguard. I appreciate industry. I'm going to end up voting for this bill. I just think this amendment would make it better. And I ask you to vote no on the motion to table.
Mr. Lucio sends up an amendment. Mr. Darby moves to table this on the motion to table. The clerk ring the bell. Show Representative Darby voting aye, Representative Lucio voting no. Have all voted? Have all members voted? Show Representative Phillips voting aye. Being 90 ayes and 50 nays, the motion to table prevails. Chair recognizes Representative Farias for a recognition.
Mr. Speaker, members, I've got a couple of constituents up in the gallery who are visiting me today. My son and his wife, they're here today. They're on their way to Boston. They train runners in San Antonio to run marathons, and they have 5 members of their team running in the Boston Marathon on Monday. So I'd like to recognize Joey and Athena up in the gallery. Would you please wave? Thank you so much, guys.
Members, Representative Davis of Dallas moves that all the debate on this bill be reduced to writing and placed in the journal. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Lucio.
Chair recognizes Representative Lucio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. I have one more amendment regarding this bill, and I hope this amendment makes even more sense than my last amendment. What this amendment will allow is allow the Railroad Commission, at their choosing, within their discretion, to deputize local inspectors to perform the same tasks that they otherwise don't have the manpower to do. So, for example, we have inspectors that go out and inspect different facilities in the oil and gas production industry. We're cutting back on our budget, members. We're proposed tax cuts. We're cutting the amount of money we're spending to state agencies. They're having to cut back on FTEs. This is actually a fiscally responsible amendment. They're saying, cities, if you have qualified inspectors who can perform these tasks, we are going to deputize you, licensed inspectors, to perform the very same duties that we would otherwise. So that's what this amendment will do, members. It's a savings to the state. It's not a duplication of efforts. It allows the discretion to stay with the state agency, which I think this bill is trying to accomplish, but at the same time, it makes sure that the footprint of our entire state is covered.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Rodriguez, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Lucio, do you yield?
Yes.
Representative, what role do municipal inspectors play in enforcing state rules?
Well, right now, I think on a daily basis, they're in the field, regardless of the context, whether it's the oil and gas industry, and they're looking at the health and safety code, their own ordinance, health and safety code, both at state and federal level, to make sure that that operators are in compliance with what lawmakers, policymakers have stated is the basic standards by which our communities will be safe. So, sometimes I think that the location of these oil and gas facilities may be in the ETJ or near cities, but maybe outside their typical footprint of where they would inspect. But if the Railroad Commission says, I just don't have enough people to go down to Starr County, it's remote enough from Austin, and there's some great folks at the county level, there's some great folks at the city level that we've worked with in the past. They're offering to provide this service at no cost to the state. We're going to deputize them and allow them to make sure that they're operating within state law compliance. Not municipal, mind you, this amendment doesn't say we want you to establish municipal law and then have municipal inspectors go out and make sure they're in compliance. It just says...
So they're helping the Railroad Commission.
They're helping the Railroad Commission and the cost savings to the state.
And Railroad Commission is understaffed. They can't do all of this by themselves.
If you were to poll off the record every state agency head and ask them if they had enough staff to provide the ultimate service to their constituents, I assure you that 100% of them would say we could do a lot better with more.
So how does this bill, as it's written now, threaten the ability of municipal inspectors to do their rounds? This bill, as it's written now, how does it impact that?
in a few ways. First, to the extent that inspectors are witness subsurface activities like the cementing of surface casings, cities often require that operators notify the city when these activities are going to occur. As a regulation of subsurface activities, this would be preempted by this bill. Third, because the Railroad Commission also has inspection power, and we're taking this away from the cities, such ordinance can be avoided on grounds that they're not preempted by state law.
So this amendment, does it allow inspectors to enforce municipal ordinances or
No,
just
sir.
state?
No, sir. I think by and large, we want to have one uniform set of rules by which the oil and gas industry can operate in the state of Texas. And I believe that has merit, and that's why I'm voting for this bill. And honestly, I'm extremely grateful that the oil and gas industry worked with the Texas Municipal League on this piece of legislation. I really appreciate what our cities do to protect the health and safety of our constituents. What I'm saying, though, is there are pockets that I think of what this bill represents that can be helped with some of the amendments we're adding today.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Patty, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for a question?
Yes, sir.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Lucio.
Thank
Let
you,
me make
Mr.
sure I
Patty.
understand. So you're saying in a situation, first of all, you would agree that the Railroad Commission has a responsibility to perform these inspections and perform these functions. But your argument is that there's potentially a time where they don't have the resources to do that, and then they would then deputize? Is that what you said?
They could either sign a memorandum of understanding, deputize, provide some type of partnership, and say, let's say the Railroad Commission has some type of, disaster or situation in which they have to deploy a majority of their inspectors to that area to respond to that situation. What this would say is they could pick up the phone, and many of these folks know each other. The community of inspectors I would assume is fairly close-knit and well-known. And so what this would say is the Railroad Commission could call the Webb County or whomever they want to call and say, if you meet these criteria, let's say, Mr. Inspector or county, could you assist us, for the next 6 weeks or indefinitely in doing the inspections that we, as the Railroad Commission, would routinely do if we had the manpower that we need to make sure that our state laws are being followed.
But this is the Commission's responsibility. And
It is
not,
the
in
Commission's
fact,
responsibility.
Feel like this is the state abdicating its responsibility by doing this? And secondly, my question would be, would you agree with me that these folks that are inspectors for the Commission are highly trained and have the expertise to deal with it many times as a very complicated industry? Would you agree with me on that?
Well, that's a twofold question. Number one, in a number of circumstances, we have argued, both parties, that privatizing or partnering with the private sector to perform certain traditional roles of government is a good fiscally responsible thing because it, one, saves on costs, and there are entities outside of state government that can help perform our responsibilities better. So I think that this is partnering with another entity to spread the costs and the responsibility of providing great public safety, number one. And I believe your second question was, if you could remind me.
About them having the expertise to...
City, I would say on a more regular basis, and with the proper training, city and local inspectors are in the field more and have permitting in various contexts that they have to inspect for on a more regular basis.
Sure. No.
So I don't.
And I would agree. These are great people. I love city people too.
Right.
Would you not be? I would be concerned, and would you share my concern that if you had someone who was from a city who maybe didn't have the same level of expertise, but we decide, or county, and they went out and they made an inspection and they thought it was okay, and they missed something because this is not what they do on a
better than
normal
no
basis.
inspection, right? And better than we don't have the FTEs.
I would suggest to you that would. I don't know that if there were an accident, God forbid, someone was killed or something to that effect, I don't think that would be comforting to
Mr.
that
Patty,
person's family.
Since I've been here in 2007, it seems like we've cut the budget of state agencies every time I've been here. In a growing state, in an oil and gas industry that might be, experiencing some hard times right now because of the price of oil, but in a eventually very booming industry in our state, yet we continue to cut back on our state budget and funding to our state agencies. So those inspectors and the number of inspectors that could be out in the field will be diminishing and shrinking in size. So what we're going to have is routine inspections going from, a more regular basis to a more quarterly or biannual basis. Now, I don't think that's what industry wants. I think we all want to provide a safe environment of which to operate in Texas. And what I'm saying is, and I'd be happy to entertain an amendment that says these inspectors shall have X amount of training or training in such, or be certified in these type of inspections. I just don't, I think it's disingenuous to say if the Railroad Commission in their expertise says we believe those inspectors are qualified because we're going to sign a partnership with them so that we can cover the footprint that we're required to, and they sign off on it as the ultimate, with having the ultimate jurisdiction in this context, why that would be a problem.
Again, Mr. Lucio, we're all for public safety here and the inspection process, but we want to ensure that the people that have the expertise to do this, and I'm not for the state abdicating its responsibility to do that. The agency has that responsibility. If they don't have the resources to do that, then we need to have that discussion, and I'll stand right beside you and have that discussion and argument about, hey, we need to give these folks more resources, regardless of what agency you're talking about, if it means greater public safety and or efficiency. And so I just don't think this is a proper role, but I appreciate your time.
I respect your opinion, Mr. Patty. Thank you. I move passage. I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, nothing in HB 40 would prevent these memorandum of understandings between the Railroad Commission and the local authorities. I'm working to find more resources to the Railroad Commission for inspectors, and I thank Chairman Gonzalez and the Appropriation Committee for continuing to try to find opportunities for that. But with that, I move to table the motion or the amendment.
Chair recognizes Representative Lucio.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, members. Every session I've been here, it seems like our state agencies ask of us for direction when it comes to their responsibilities or performing their tasks. I know Chairman Darby believes that there's nothing that keeps the Railroad Commission from doing this, but what I would argue to you is this provides them some direction that they can. It leaves ultimately the discretion. The Railroad Commission and the great people that work there may think we got it, and within the FTEs that we have, we can conduct these inspections, and we're going to make sure that the health and safety of Texans are secured. But in the case where they need help, this provides them the direction that they can seek that help. And with that, I ask you to vote no on the motion to table.
Lucio sends up an amendment. Representative Darby moves to table. This is on the motion to table. The clerk ring the bell. Show Representative Darby voting aye, Representative Lucio voting no. Have all members voted? Have all voted? There being 97 ayes and 43 nays, the motion to table prevails. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Gonzalez.
Chair recognizes Representative Gonzalez.
Mr. Speaker, members, this amendment would allow cities to establish setbacks to protect daycares, churches, schools, and nursing homes, the structures that house our most valuable and vulnerable citizens. Setbacks are meant to protect these sensitive areas from health and safety concerns such as fires, leaks, spills, explosions, and pollution. Setbacks protect health, Setbacks protect property values. Setbacks protect property of life. This is an amendment which strives to ensure that we can protect our most vulnerable populations from some of the risks associated. Members, most of you know that in my heart, my biggest loves are agriculture and education. This amendment would just take care of our schools and our children.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Wally, for what purpose?
Would Representative Gonzalez yield for
Gonzalez,
question?
you yield for question?
Yes, sir.
Lady yields.
Thank you, Representative Gonzalez. So subsection C1 lays out some powers cities still have under the bill, including fire and emergency response and setbacks. Are those automatically protected?
No, they're not. And that's why I'm proposing my amendment, so that we still have the opportunity to create setbacks specifically for schools, churches, daycares. I'm not asking for some widespread exemption, but just for these particular spaces. And for those of us who want to support our public schools or our churches, shouldn't we just allow cities to create some little bit of setback?
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you. Members,
Mr. Speaker,
Patty, for what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield?
Yes.
Lady yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. And I appreciate your intent here. You want to protect folks, and I do too. So I appreciate that. You do know in this bill that establishes cities can establish those setbacks as long as they're commercially reasonable and do not have the effect of banning completely the activity, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so are you suggesting that we should establish a defined setback as far as the number of feet, or is that your suggestion here?
I still want to give cities the power to be able to define their own setbacks in regards to just these very specific places. I'm not asking everywhere, but you know, I'm an educator, so I want to make sure our schools are protected and our churches are protected, and that's really all I'm trying to do here, Mr.
Sure,
Patty.
I understand that, but I would suggest to you that it actually specifically says in this bill that responsibility, that authority remains with the cities.
Yes, sir, but only under certain conditions.
I'm sorry?
I'm getting... My
yeah,
mic is
little
kind
bit of feedback there. And are you aware that in some cases those setbacks vary greatly depending on what city you're in? Some may have 600, they could have 1,000.
Right.
And that's determined on a local level as to what they believe is appropriate there. And that is not affected by this legislation. And so the cities do have that authority, and they will continue to have that authority under this bill.
And I appreciate, and I agree with you. I think my concern isn't necessarily now. I think we have great leaders of the oil and gas industry. I think we have great leaders in our local cities, like great leaders in Railroad Commission. I think about Texas 20 years from now. And so words like commercially reasonable, effective, things that could be subjective, I worry about, and that's why I'm asking for us to create policy to ensure the protection of schools and daycares and churches.
Do you trust the local governing, the cities in this case, to make a good decision as to what that setback should be for those types of facilities?
Yes, but that's not my concern.
Do you think that this bill in any way takes that away from them?
It limits their ability to do that if it doesn't fall within the set guidelines, and that's why I want to put something in statute to make sure 20 years from now we're not creating policy that could be potentially problematic.
Yeah. What if a city determines through science or additional data that may show what's appropriate, what's safe, what's not, and they determine that, hey, it's just as safe because of technology, whatever the case may be.
Could be 100 feet, right.
Again, wouldn't we want to allow them to make that determination that, hey, that's okay? Again, that's their decision.
Of course, and Mr. Patty, if you look at my amendment, it still gives them the power to make that determination. I'm not setting a specific feet. I'm just allowing for the power for the cities to create the setbacks, which they can always change when they need to or want to.
I'm sorry, Ms. President. I'm just having trouble understanding, because to me this is already happening and it's not taken away in this bill, and they do have this ability, and I don't see how adding your amendment changes it anything other than adding a couple sentences to a bill?
Because they still have to pass the four other parts, right? So including they have to be commercially reasonable and they cannot effectively prohibit an oil and gas operation. And so my concern is that regardless of whether it's commercially reasonable, we should have setbacks for schools, churches, and daycares.
So do you think it would
I'm
then
not
be
asking for everywhere, Mr. Patty. Just take care of my church.
I understand. So let's say that we had what you want to do here. Would the effect of that be, let me give you a hypothetical here, that they decided on a local level that it needed to be 10,000 feet from a church, which effectively banned production in that area? Do you think that's appropriate?
I think that could be potentially problematic, yes, sir. I will concede that point. But I don't see our local leaders doing a 10,000 ban.
I don't either, and because I trust them to do the right thing.
Right.
And with this legislation, they still have the ability to do the right thing and what they feel is right as it relates to setbacks.
Which is why, again, I would take an amendment to create some clarity, and I appreciate that comment, but I still think that we need to have certain protections for schools, daycares, and churches.
I think you need to be very careful about it. A 1,500-foot setback, for example, would actually take out 162 acres.
Let me just also say, while I agree we have to be careful to make sure we don't overstep, I think we also have to be careful on the other side to make sure that there still are protections for our most vulnerable young people.
Yeah. Well, I trust our local people to do the right thing, and under this bill, they still have the ability to do the right thing. And
right,
so
but they
I
still
appreciate
have to,
what you're saying, Ms. Gonzalez. You know, I love you.
I love you too.
We just will have to agree to disagree on this.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Move adoption.
Chair recognizes Representative Darby in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, again, nothing in House Bill 40 disturbs the rights of cities to establish reasonable setback lines from any of these activities. And as long as they're not designed to prevent oil and gas operations, they're commercially reasonable, then there should be no problem with those setbacks. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move to table.
Chair recognizes Representative Gonzalez to close on her amendment.
Members, all I'm asking for us is to allow our local entities to be able to protect our schools, our churches, and our daycares. I'm not asking for some huge exemption, just for our most vulnerable spaces. Thank you. And I urge you to not table the amendment.
Ms. Gonzalez sends up an amendment. Representative Darby moves to table. This is on the motion to table. The clerk ring the bell. Show Representative Darby voting aye. Ms. Gonzalez voting no. Have all members voted? Representative Collier voting no. Have all voted? Being 99 ayes and 41 nays, the motion to table prevails. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment. Chair recognizes Representative Riddle for recognition. Chair recognizes Representative Thompson and Representative Riddle.
Mr. Speaker and members, I'd like to introduce some visitors here to their capital from Westfield High School. They are visiting here, and they have 15 students with the Westfield High School choir. We have their director here, Stephanie Dean, the assistant director, Kendra Morgan, and also attending is Debbie and Jimmy Townsend. Would you please stand up and let us welcome you to your Texas House of Representatives?
Thank you so much, and welcome to your house, students and members. 2 of my kids graduated from Westfield, and so I'm a real Westfield supporter. The directors, we're going to take a picture with Chairman Thompson and myself on the stairs. When you come right out, go right down those stairs, and we're going to take a picture, okay? Love you. You're awesome.
Representative Farney, because important business of the district, a motion for Representative Patty is her objection. Chair is none, so ordered. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Rodriguez of Travis.
Chair recognizes Representative Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment, simply put, what it does, it adds in a line that says "at the drill site." So, members, one of my concerns with this bill is that this bill is overly broad. I think if this bill was intended to address recent city ordinances or elections that have prohibited fracking and drilling in the city limits, then let's address that concern. This amendment would simply define oil and gas operations to mean an activity at the drill site, that is, the exploration, development, production, processing, and transportation of oil and gas, including drilling, hydraulic fracking, fracture, stimulation, completion, et cetera, et cetera. So this is going to the source, I think, of what this bill was supposed to be about initially, which was about a ban on fracking. I think this bill could potentially even eliminate a city's ability to stop a refinery from locating at a certain site. If you look at page 3, it says one of the exemptions does not effectively prohibit an oil and gas operation conducted by a reasonably prudent operator. So feasibly, if a city wanted to say, no, a refinery cannot be here, it needs to be where we have it zoned properly industrial. If it effectively prohibits an oil and gas operation, then potentially under this law that could prevent that from happening. I want us to go back to what I believe what this bill was supposed to be about, is not allowing cities to prohibit fracking or drilling in the city limits. And I think that's basically what this bill is supposed to be about, and instead it's gotten much more broad. And I think we need to go back to, the original intent.
Chair recognizes Representative Darby in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my understanding that the amendment is designed to encompass activities that are away from the drill site pad. And of course, as we all know, drilling operations may extend beyond the pad site, whether it be transportation or delivery or any other sort of activity. Part of the oil and gas operation may occur away from the actual drill site pad. So with that, I move to table.
Chair recognizes Representative Rodriguez to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I think we need to be really clear here. This is really a kind of a product of what happened in North Texas recently and what's happened in other cities around the states. That's what this is trying to address. Instead, I think what this bill is doing, and we all know that, it's trying to basically say that ultimately anything dealing with oil and gas is the purview of the state. And in doing so, I believe that this bill goes too far, it's too broad, and it potentially will prohibit cities from doing what cities have been able to do for a long, long time. The Texas courts have specifically and repeatedly held that the Commission's legislative delegated powers to regulate oil and gas production and waste prevention did not subsume existing police powers vested in municipalities that pass rules mitigating the impact of oil and gas operations. Cities all across the state pass ordinances to mitigate the impacts of oil and gas production. I'm worried. My concern is that this bill will severely curtail a city's ability to do that. And what I want to do is just go back to what I think was the original intent, which is really just we don't want cities to prohibit fracking. Let's say that. We're not going to we won't allow cities to prohibit fracking. Let's just do that and leave it at that. And with that, members, I encourage you to vote no on the motion to table.
Representative Rodriguez sends up an amendment. Representative Darby moves to table this on the motion to table. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Mr. Darby voting aye. Mr. Rodriguez voting no. Show Mr. Desautels voting aye. Have all members voted? Being 100 ayes and 40 nays, the motion to table prevails. Following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Collier.
Chair recognizes Representative Collier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I have an amendment, and the only thing, the City of Fort Worth has banned the use of disposal wells within the city boundaries. And for the past 14 years, and the Railroad Commissioner has honored that ban. And that's all that we want to make sure that the cities and localities are able to do. If they have the ability to, if they have banned disposal wells within their city, within their boundaries, we want to ask that that be upheld. And so that this amendment, just Section 2, is the only thing that we've changed that allows the city to continue to ban disposals, saltwater disposal wells. And with that, I move passage. It's okay.
Chair recognizes Representative Darby in opposition to the amendment.
Again, members, disposal wells are really under the prerogative of the Railroad Commission as mandated by the EPA under the Safe Drinking Water Act. Disposal wells, again, come under the purview of state regulation through the Railroad Commission, and so it's another effort to ban an oil and gas activity that this bill is designed to put some safeguards in place that will continue to have oil and gas operations.
Speaker, will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Mr. Darby yields.
Chairman Darby, in some cities there's concerns about injection wells, specifically Tarrant County, Fort Worth, where we have such a huge population density. When there's this amount of concern for the effects of the injection wells themselves, is there any way that we could give that city any more reassurances that they've done the right thing?
You know, for any disposal well that may be an application to permit coming in the future, the cities will be notified of this application to drill an injection well within the city's boundaries. It will be up to the state to make the case that this is not a proper site for disposal operations. The city still has the right to regulate that situs by reasonable setbacks, noise, lights, traffic, health and safety, all of those issues. Again, this is part of what this bill is trying to accomplish, is to set the boundaries. Disposal wells, along with other oil and gas operations, are within the purview of the state to regulate through the Railroad Commission.
Chairman, what would be the criteria by which the state may consider not granting that injection well within a city like Fort Worth, as an example?
Well, there are a lot of reasons why that they would not. Because of proximity to a non-conforming use, there could be some geologic reasons. I think recently we've seen that perhaps there's some faulting in the area, and so you know the permit application would have to disclose ground faults that they know exist. So there's a lot of reasons why saltwater disposal wells are not approved.
Not necessarily anything in relation to population density of the overall city or a geographic region?
No, I think that's another consideration that the Railroad Commission would take under advisement. No disposal operator is going to want to be put in a position of having to defend nuisance cases brought forward, again, lights, noise, traffic, all of those matters that affect that disposal operation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Move to table.
Oh, Mr. Speaker. I had a question of Mr. Darby.
Mr. Darby, do you?
Yes.
Okay. Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Darby. So earlier this morning, we touched on this when you and I were dialoguing about the bill, and I asked about saltwater disposal wells. And I want to, since Ms. Collier's amendment, you're moving to table it from what I understand, I want to make sure I understand, the body understands your intent. Is there anything in House Bill 40 that would direct or require or encourage the Railroad Commission to discontinue its longstanding practice of respecting city ordinances that bar disposal wells?
There's nothing in the bill that would give any sort of signal to the Railroad Commission to change their policy in that regard.
Okay, so it's not your intent that the Railroad Commission should change its policy?
Not my intent that the Railroad Commission should change its policy.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Darby.
Chair recognizes Representative Collier to close on her amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I close and move no to the motion to table.
Representative Collier sends up an amendment. Representative Darby moves to table this on the motion to table. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Mr. Darby voting aye, Ms. Collier voting no. Have all members voted? Have all voted? Being 97 ayes and 43 nays, the motion to table prevails. Members, that's all the amendments. Anyone wishing to speak on, for, or against the bill? Chair recognizes Representative Darby to close.
Thank you, members, for your time. We've had a good 3 hours together on this debate, and I appreciate your continued patience. I think this is a good bill that strikes a good balance. Let me clear up. I think we've heard some concern that there's a representation that TML is supporting the bill. The fact of the matter is they are neutral on the bill, and so we want to negate any sort of impression that they actually supported this bill. They were actually in opposition to the bill till we tried to incorporate some suggested changes and did so they became neutral on the bill. I want the members of this body to understand that. So, members, I think this strikes it's a balance. I think we've tried to use a rifle shot to accommodate the needs of this growing state and the needs to develop our oil and gas resources, and yet protect the citizens of this great state. I really tried to protect the members of this body by taking changes that address the concerns of your cities, your mayors, your city council folks, the folks back home. Every one of us have cities back home that we have to answer to. Every one of us have mayors that we work with every day and city council persons. And so I tried to strike a balance in this bill, and I think this bill does this. You can be proud of this bill that we have set in statute protections for the cities. Once and for all, we have established a statutory framework that cities can regulate above ground oil and gas activities. It's never been in statute. It's never been in statute that cities could regulate reasonable setback lines, noise, traffic, health, safety, fire. It's never been in statute. This bill does that. It protects your cities. And so I need you to go back and spread the message. And with that, I think my colleague, Jean Wu, has some questions.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield some questions?
Darby, to yield questions.
I will.
Mr. Darby, may I ask you some questions to establish legislative intent?
Yes.
Chairman Darby, before this bill came to the floor, I had discussed with you some of the issues I had with the legislation.
Yes.
And one of my concerns with you was a fear that this bill would create an immense amount of new litigation between cities and companies. Is that correct?
Yes, that was your concern.
And this is something that we had both discussed and had discussions with the interested parties for this legislation.
Yes.
Okay. And originally, I was going to do an amendment to provide that attorney's fees may be established or may be collected by the winning party on these types of suits. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Instead, what we had discussed, and I think what we came to a conclusion is that all the types of litigation involved for this statute, or this legislation and this statute that we're about to create, should be covered by the Uniform Declaratory Judgments Act.
Theoretically, I hesitate to agree with the word all.
Okay.
Could be some creative attorneys out there.
Okay. The Uniform Declaratory Judgments Act is codified in the Civil Practices and Remedies Code, Section 37.004. If I may read that section to you to be clear. A person interested under a deed, will, written contract, or other writings constituting a contract or whose rights, status, or legal relations are affected by a statute, municipal ordinance, contract, or franchise may have determined any question of construction or validity arising under the instrument, statute, ordinance, contract, or franchise, and obtain a declaration of rights, status, or other legal relations thereunder.
I presume you're reading from a statute on the books, right?
I am.
Okay.
And is it your intention in this bill to create a new civil cause of action?
No.
Okay. Do you believe that disagreements between companies, drillers, producers, and municipal governments should be settled in a declaratory judgment based on the Uniform Declaratory Judgments Act?
Yeah, that's a pretty broad statement. I would hope that these type of matters would be settled by agreement between the parties, but certainly in the event of a dispute that cannot be resolved, then I recognize that that statute would come into effect, and that would be a remedy.
And I guess, and I understand that, you know, it's hard to say that this is going to cover every single possible scenario that can ever come under the sun. And we had discussed with you that it is hard to imagine that there would be any situation, not that it was impossible, that hard to imagine that there would be any situation where you would not address this as a declaratory judgment.
You and I could not think of one, but that doesn't mean there isn't one.
And that's absolutely fair.
Yep.
And it's understood that anything that's covered under the Declaratory Judgments Act comes with it a provision for attorney's fees.
That's my understanding.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, would the gentleman yield?
For purpose.
Chairman Darby, I wanted to ask you a couple of questions, clarify some legislative intent. Section 2 of your bill talks about the exclusive jurisdiction of the state with respect to oil and gas operations and defines an oil and gas operation. Am I correct in stating that it is your intent that this section and the bill neither expands nor limits the authority of a groundwater conservation district with respect to groundwater well drilling or production activities associated with an oil and gas operation?
That is my intent.
Thank you, Chairman Darby. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to request that this exchange between Chairman Darby and myself be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Thank you, Mr. King. All of the debate on this bill is going to be reflected in the journal.
Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
Members, the question occurs on passage and engrossment House Bill 40. Record vote's been requested. Record votes granted. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Longoria voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all voted? Being 122 ayes and 18 nays, House Bill 40 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 910. The clerk read the bill.
HB 910 by Phillips, relating to the authority of a person who is licensed to carry a handgun to openly carry a holstered handgun, creating a criminal offense, providing penalties.
Chair recognizes Representative Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, welcome to a second attempt at this. And first and foremost, I want to appreciate all of the hard work of the committee on this and the hard work of many of the co-authors. We have 80-plus co-authors and joint authors, and I'm very appreciative of their hard work on this. Think about this. 20 years ago this year, we passed the CHL license, a concealed handgun license in Texas. And there was a lot of discussion at that time that bad things would happen and that there would be real major issues following that. And the truth is, we've had 20 years of respectful Texans, law-abiding citizens, following the law, And I think our society is safer because of that. HB 910 does a few simple things, but could have impact. The first and foremost it does is it just removes the word concealed primarily throughout the code, so that if you have a license to carry, you can carry openly or concealed. If you have a concealed handgun license, your rights are not going to be impacted. It also allows for private businesses to make sure they can put a 30-07 sign up now, just like they can put a 30-06 sign, which means that private property owners' rights are respected. This bill does not expand the places that you can carry a weapon. We don't change the law there. Only 5 other states have outright bans, and I think many of y'all have seen a picture, the map. This one shows 6, but only 5 have outright bans. Even California does not have an outright ban for open carry. And you can see by this map, it's the red states. And typically, Texas does not line up with California, Florida, Illinois, New York on issues regarding Second Amendment. It's time to go ahead and take this next step. It's time to join the ranks of states like Massachusetts and other states and allow our citizens to have this right. Texans are respectful. Texas gun owners are respectful. I know those that have license are, and I don't think you're going to see a proliferation of people walking around with firearms. But as our good friend Alice Tripp testified, it's time for somebody in the middle of August that's stopping to get their gas, that has their jacket off, that's got their concealed handgun license. They can pump gas without violating the law. So again, we're not expanding the places you can go. We are simply allowing citizens to take this next step. I want to talk about one thing in here. There is language in here such that if campus carry does pass, that you wouldn't be able to open carry at college campuses. That was an amendment that was put on in the Senate. We respected that. It also has language clarifying basically what constitutes a campus, so that it clarifies that you'll be able to conceal carry in those places, but not open carry in those places. It extends the effective date until January 2016 instead of September, and that just allows DPS some time to get everything in order. It also allows the Senate Act amendment that allows requires training in the training portion of handgun use and safety, including the use of restraint holders and methods to ensure the secure carrying of openly carried weapons. Basically, that's what it does. You have to have a holster on your hip, or you can have a shoulder holster, and those are the ways you can legally carry openly. With that, I have one perfecting amendment, and this perfecting amendment came about by 4 Price. Remember the bill with all those pages? We had to, told us along the way that there may be bills we have to change coming up, and we changed the definition, or the what we call nursing homes, and so we have to amend that. It's a perfecting amendment. It doesn't change anything other than a name to be consistent with that earlier bill.
Following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Phillips.
I recognize Representative Phillips.
This is the perfecting amendment that just changes the name to make it consistent with what we're going to call those facilities.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Stickland, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for a question?
Phillips, do you yield for question?
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
Representative Phillips, I was specifically curious whether this amendment directly deals with CHL license holders only, or does it deal with something else?
We have that institution described in the bill. So we have to fix the name that we do that to make it consistent.
But does this specific amendment address CHL license holders?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so it's your opinion that anything that deals with anything in the bill or a statute?
No.
Could you please explain?
No, that's not the case. Currently, my bill specifically says a license holder cannot go on those premises. That's the current law, right? Dealing with a licensed holder. And this is just explaining that definition. I mean, it's just changing that wording.
So it's just a change of where a CHL license holder can go?
No. I think it's real simple, Mr. Stickland. In fact, let me get a copy of that amendment. We changed what we call nursing homes to nursing facility in the law. That's all this does. No. So if you have a problem with this, it doesn't really matter to me. I'll withdraw the amendment.
Representative Phillips, it's not that I have a problem with it. I'm just trying to see what kind of amendments are acceptable.
I have no perfecting amendments, and I would move passage then. Oh, do we have more amendments? Mr. Stickland, I'm sorry. I apologize.
The amendment was withdrawn. Following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
What are you going to vote against your amendment?
Amendment by Navarez.
Chair recognizes Representative Navarez.
Which one is this?
Mr. Speaker, members, the amendment is a real simple one. We're about to take a bold new step, and in some cases, many members may think an important step in Second Amendment rights. But while we take this step, we need to remember that we as a state like to protect our citizens. We like to think that as concealed handgun carry license holders that we create an aura of safety for our citizens because we have concealed handgun carry. And now as we move to, presumably to open carry, that cocoon of safety that we create by legally carrying handguns out in the open will continue. And so in order to have this cocoon of safety that we're trying to create by passing this bill, I think it's important that we have people that are domiciled in this state actually be licensed to carry their handgun, whether it's concealed or open. Right now we have a reciprocity with other states, which is fine. And what that means is if somebody comes from, and there's a laundry list of states that we share reciprocity with, Alabama, West Virginia, there's too many to name. But the way the law is intended to read is that if somebody lives in West Virginia or in Alabama and they want to come to Texas, or we want to go there with our handgun, we can. But what the law should not do is allow people that actually live in this state and carry a permit from a West Virginia or Alabama in order to supplant the permit that we were to give in this state. So my amendment, what it does is it would not allow anybody who's actually a domicile of Texas to carry a permit from another state. In other words, if you actually live in Texas, you must be licensed in Texas and not licensed in Alabama, not licensed in West Virginia, not licensed anywhere else. If we're going to do things the Texas way, which is the safe way, I think this amendment's a good one. I believe the chairman will attempt to move to table this amendment, but I really believe this amendment is important. This business about keeping amendments off bills because you want to keep the bill clean or good, I disagree with it. Texas is a great state. This bill is important to a lot of you members, and if we're going to do it right, let's do it right. And so I ask you to vote not to table this amendment if Chairman Phillips asks you to table it. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And I respect my vice chair, who does a great job on the committee, very conscientious and thoughtful about these issues. And I know he's really working through this issue, and I think it's something that we probably is ripe for discussion. I just don't think today's the time to have that discussion to fully understand the implications of reciprocity. One of the number one things I wanted to make sure is that we didn't violate our or in any way damage our ability to carry in other states. And reciprocity is a big issue. If we think that there are some states that are granting, that are giving licenses to our citizens that we think is not inappropriate, it's up to the Attorney General to negotiate those, and that's something that can be done if we need to change that. I just don't think now's the time on this bill, and I understand he's really thought through this, but I would respectfully move that let's don't take a chance of jeopardizing reciprocity without having really sat through, taken it through committee, and I would respectfully move to table the amendment.
Chair recognizes Representative Nevares.
Mr. Speaker, members, just very briefly again, I think the amendment's important for the reasons that I stated before, that this is Texas. We really don't know how other states license their open carry folks. We have over 800,000 people that are about to, my wife included, by the way, that are about to transition into open carry. God help us when my wife starts open carry. But the point being is that we don't know what these states do. And I'd like things to go the Texas way, and for that, I'd ask you to vote 2 on the motion to table. Thank you.
Representative Navarro sends up an amendment. Representative Phillips moves to table this on the motion to table. To record vote, clerk, ring the bell. Representative Phillips voting aye. Representative Nevares voting no. Show Mr. Lucio voting no.
Romero, no.
Show Mr. Turner Tarrant voting no. Show Mr. Longoria voting no. Have all members voted? Being 94 ayes and 42 nays, the motion to table prevails. Following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Nevares.
Chair recognizes Representative Nevares.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Martinez-Fisher for what
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, I'm curious, under Rule 4, Section 8, I understand the rule sets committee schedules in cooperation with the committee coordinator. And I understand by reading the rule that the rule says that the committee shall schedule regular meetings. Am I reading the rule correctly, sir?
Mr. Martinez-Fisher, I believe that's correct.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Are committees allowed to have 2 concurrent meetings taking place on the same day, same time, and different locations?
Mr. Martinez-Fisher, the rules do not expressly prohibit that from occurring.
Okay. Well, could you show me where in the rules were a standing committee, upon coordinating with the committee coordinator, to receive a room with a scheduled meeting time, where that committee, without a suspension of the rules, can be allowed to have a contemporaneous meeting at the exact same time in 2 different locations?
Mr. Martinez-Fisher, the rules allowed the committee to have different forms of meeting at different times.
I see that very, very clearly. I see that under Rule 4, Section 9. I certainly see that under Rule 4, Section 10. And I presume that the chair, when telling me that, is talking about work sessions, formal meetings, subcommittee meetings. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, for formal meetings, pursuant to posting requirements under the rules, while you tell me there is a rule that does not prohibit a committee from meeting two different meetings, same time, two different rooms. And I realize that I'm struggling to find a time ever when a committee's been able to do that in the 15 years that I've been here. I'm wanting you to show me affirmation in the rules that says that a committee can do that.
Mr. Martinez Fisher, this sounds like something that you'd like to discuss down front with us.
I'd love to talk to you about it, but I think it's important that we set this context for the conversation just in case anybody else wants to participate in it. Are there any places in the rules that say a committee can meet two meetings, same time, different locations?
Martinez Fisher, the rules contemplate that committees can have different meetings at different times.
On the same day?
Yes, on the same day.
So a committee, Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry, if a committee of Homeland is a committee of 7 members, and to have the available quorum that you need to meet, how can a committee conduct its business two places, same time, two different locations, and be able to meet and have a quorum?
Mr. Martinez Fisher, in order to answer that question, we'd have to know the specifics of where you're headed.
Okay. Under Rule 4, Section 13, I understand that the rule says that the rules of procedure of the House of Representatives, and to the extent applicable, the rules of evidence, procedure in the civil courts of Texas, shall govern the hearings and operations of each committee, including a calendars committee. And then in subsection B, it says, no standing committee, such as Homeland, shall adopt any rule or procedure, including but not limited to a subcommittee rule, that is not done with the express majority of a vote by the committee. Am I reading? I mean, I jumped around, Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, but in Rule 4, Section 13, sub B, no procedural rule can trump that of a committee unless done by a majority vote of the committee?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Martinez Fisher?
Pursuant to Rule 4, Section 8, and Rule 4, Section 13, I rise to raise a point of order against further consideration of House Bill 910.
Happy to visit with you down front. Thank you. Members, the point of order is respectfully overruled. The following announcement, the clerk. Chair recognizes Representative Hunter for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, members, I request permission for the Committee on Calendars to meet with the House is in session at 1:45 p.m. today, April 17, 2015, place 3W9 to consider a calendar.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Following announcement, the clerk read the announcement.
The Committee on Calendars will meet at 1:45 p.m. on April 17, 2015 at 3W.9 for a formal meeting to consider a calendar.
Following announcement, the clerk read the announcement.
The Committee on Appropriations will meet at 1 p.m. Monday, April 20th, 2015 at E1.030 for a formal meeting to consider pending business.
Chair recognizes Representative Navarez.
Sign it up.
Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Since it's the position of the House that we can physically be in two places at once, can I vote for my district?
Thank you. Thank you very much for your question, Mr. Canales.
Go get him, sir.
All right, Representative Navarez.
Mr. Speaker, members, I have a very good amendment that the Texas Association of Business loves. And for those of you who are enamored of scorecards, they're going to be scoring this one, I believe, for you. So currently under Texas law, we have what we call 30-6 signs, which businesses and private property owners can post, which would discourage people that have concealed handguns from carrying them onto the premise. And it's a very wordy sign that must contain all the language from the penal code in both English and Spanish, and it takes up a lot of space. And really what that sign does is it demonstrates the intent of the landowner, the property owner, the business owner to run his business in a certain way and ultimately to exclude somebody with a concealed handgun. And so what we propose to do in this signage amendment is make the sign simple. And what we propose is a pictogram with a gun encircled and a line drawn through it, and then the word section 30-6. And in the event open carry passes, a second sign where if you choose to allow somebody to enter with a concealed gun, they may, but not with an open one. And all this does, folks, is allow for both parties that are involved in this engagement, if you will, to demonstrate their intent. One is the gun owner who intends to carry his gun and practice his Second Amendment rights can do so like he always did. And the other is the property rights, the landowner rights, the personal right of the business is also respected with their intent. And again, I would...
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Miles.
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
In House Rule Resolution 4 that we adopted on January 15th, we adopted some substantive and non-substantive changes to our House rule. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
In fact, the inclusion of a criminal justice information was new to the House rules and added this session. Is that correct?
There was an amendment by Representative Moody that added criminal justice.
This inclusion for criminal justice information affects both our committee reports and the bill analysis and captions titles. Is that correct?
That's also correct.
Sure. Is that correct?
Yes, that is
And
correct.
I think that amendment was offered up by Representative Smitty as it related to the change. Is that correct also?
If that's what's in the journal, then that's what's
in the
correct.
journal. Yes, ma'am. I want to discuss how this new requirement for criminal justice information affects our committee reports. It's my understanding that our current House rules now require committee reports on bills and resolutions to include the statements of whether or not the bill resolution will create a criminal offense, increase the punishment for an existing crime and category of offense, or change the eligibility of an individual for community supervision, probation, parole, and mandatory supervision. Isn't that what we decided on?
Yes, if you're reading the rules written, you are correct.
Tell me exactly where in the House rules can you find this new requirement for the criminal justice information to be included on the committee report of the bill or resolution?
Divided into two parts. One in Rule 4 is a requirement of the impact statement.
Correct.
And then the other is in Rule 8, which is a discussion of the caption.
I think it was Rule 4, Section 32, Section C, Subdivision 4. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it has to be expressly stated. Is that correct?
Yes, the language as read is the language in the rule.
Okay. Well then, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
I raise a point of order. The further consideration of CHB 910 under Rule 4, Section 32, Subsection C, Subdivision 5, the Rule of the House, 84th Legislative Session, because the bill analysis does not specify and expressly indicate whether or not the bill creates a criminal offense, increase the punishment for an existing criminal offense or category of the offense, or changes the eligibility of a person for the community probation.
Bring your point of order
parole.
down front. Accused Representative Hunter, Guerin, Sarah Davis, Huberty, and King because of a calendar's committee meeting on the motion of Representative. Who is it? Motion of Representative Lozano, excuse Representative Ken King and Larson because calendar's meeting on the motion of Representative Ashby, excuse Representative Cook, Harless, and Guerin, and motion of Representative Otto. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Excuse Representative Johnson because the calendar's committee on the motion of Representative Guillen. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Miles raised a point of order. The point of order is respectfully overruled. Chair recognizes Representative Navarez.
Mr. Speaker, members, just to wrap up what I believe to be a very pertinent and good amendment that is, again, endorsed by the Texas Association of Business is it's simply allowing and codifying the landowner, the private property rights intent. And that intent is to respect that business with the fact that they don't want firearms on the premise, which I think should be easy enough to do. The signs would be created by the DPS. They'd be 8.5 by 11. They'd be consistent. They would be easy to understand. Again, it would be a pictogram, which is a gun in a circle with a line drawn through it if you don't want a firearm there, or one with the firearm drawn through and saying you allow concealed carry but not open carry. And so, again, I believe this is good for those of us that support our local businesses, for those of us that believe that commerce is important in the state, and for those of us that more importantly believe that private property rights are important and the intent of the individual and the landowner is important. We should vote for this amendment.
Chair recognizes Representative Phillips in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I appreciate the sentiment that we're talking about, because that's one of the things we wanted to make sure is two things. One, to preserve the right of concealed handgun carriers and then those that are going to be carrying open, and to make sure businesses could differentiate and say, you know, I want to have keep the old way, but I may not want to do open carry, so we're going to have 30-07. So we have an additional sign that they can do. There's been a lot of discussion about this, so there are those that want to make it a whole lot easier to go back 20 years. We've not had issues 20 years. In fact, it's hard to see, we don't see many of those signs, but it's important that we keep the signs the way they are, because concealed handgun license holders understand what that sign looks like. They look for that sign when they go somewhere. They go and it needs to be big enough that when I'm out in my car, I can see up there and say, oh, okay, I don't need to take my weapon here. It's not welcome. So they don't have to go up to the door and then return. And that's really what this, why I'm going to move to table this. I've got a picture. There's a movie theater in South Austin that has a sign up, and it's very visible, far enough, but it's not so large that it creates an issue. And so what this does is we're going to probably see 30-07 signs, and won't see any more of these 30-06 signs than are already in existence today. So with that, I respectfully move to table.
Chair recognizes Representative Navarez.
Mr. Speaker, members, it's simple. We need to respect the intent of private property owners. This sign does that, and we built into the bill, assuming that today's legislation would pass the House and the Senate, it allows for both signs, which would accommodate 30-06 should it not be the law, or should it stay the law, or 30-07 should it change. And again, all we're looking for is to make things a little bit more simple and a stated intent from a landowner, a business owner, a private property owner, or a leaseor. And with that, I close. And I urge you to vote no in tabling the amendment. Thank you.
Representative Navarez sends up an amendment. Representative Phillips moves to table this on the motion to table. Clerk, ring the bell. Vote aye. Vote nay. Show Representative Davis of Harris voting no. Show Representative Hunter voting aye. Have all members voted? All members voted. Show Mr. Metcalf voting aye. Being 97 ayes and 43 nays, the motion to table prevails.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Stickland, for what purpose?
Can I request that every vote on HB 910 be strict enforcement and a record vote from here on out?
Thank you, Mr. Stickland. We'll have strict enforcement and record vote on all the amendments and the bill. Excuse Representative Clardy because of important business of district. Motion, Representative Ashby. Is there objection? Chair is none. So ordered. Following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Canales.
Mr. Speaker, members, I'd appreciate your attention. This is I think, a real common sense amendment. Currently, most law enforcement requires a level 2 holster. This is a holster where somebody can't randomly come and jerk your gun out of your belt, or if you're sitting at McDonald's and your gun falls out of your holster, this thing holds your gun in, and it requires a safety latch. These are the minimum safe holsters for law enforcement, military, and security personnel. And the reason being is so somebody can't come and yank it out of their pants. Somebody can't come and take the gun. And that's one of the biggest concerns with open carry is somebody taking your gun away from you. On a regular holster, if you're standing there not paying attention, somebody can take your gun from you very easily, and any law enforcement will tell you that. A passive restraint on a handgun simply means the way the leather in the holster molds to the gun. An active restraint typically means there's a thumb brake in the holster, usually over the strap of the hammer, but in some cases over the lever or the flap. It has to be moved or snapped to get the gun to leave the holster. While the strap, the flap, or the lever will usually keep the gun in place if the wearer falls or stumbles. It can still be removed very fast and the handgun can be deployed. Again, these are simple, common sense approach to open carry in the state of Texas. This amendment simply makes the bill better. It makes Texas a safer state. It makes us safer as a state and more responsible. It makes this bill a lot, I would say, palatable for those who think it's not a good bill. With that, I yield for any questions.
Representative Lucia, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a few questions?
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Canales, do you own any guns, or are you familiar at all with gun use?
I own a lot of guns, Representative. I'm a big fan of guns. I love firearms. I think that there's a purpose and there's a time and a place, and I think that this is an amendment that only furthers the safety of gun users. And I don't think this in any way hampers anybody's Second Amendment right.
And you and I have heard repeated times that majority of gun owners and folks who would use this new law that we're passing to carry open weapons are responsible people, correct?
That's absolutely correct. Gun owners are generally some of the safest people and most responsible people because they know what they've got, and a firearm can be a tool, but a deadly weapon. And so,
and you and I both have large constituency of pro-gun NRA members in our district, correct?
Absolutely. The majority of the people in my district are pro-gun.
And the only people that I have heard from that have concerns about this bill from my district are NRA members.
Well, and the people that have concerns about it, not only NRA members, I've heard a lot of concern from law enforcement. A lot of concern, mostly with people, tremendous amount of concern from law enforcement with the fact that somebody can take the weapon. And when you've got that level 2 holster, it's just one click and you pull it.
Right.
But you will know somebody's taking it from you.
So this isn't a amendment that would impact the gun owner.
No.
This is an amendment that we hope will resolve the concern that people have that the danger from open carry is not from the gun owner, but from the person who's not in his right mind who will take that gun from the person who's a law-abiding, open-carrying member of society.
What happens when you become accustomed to wearing a gun, and a law officer will tell you, is that sometimes it's a second nature to have it on your hip. So sometimes you don't realize when you're doing something else, and so it can easily be taken from you. And what this does is prevents people. If our law enforcement's doing it, if it's good enough for our law enforcement, it ought to be good enough for us.
And that is my only concern or rub with this bill. I understand the constitutionality of it. I understand the people feel that it's their right to bear arms. We are trying to implement one thing that I think will benefit the public safety and not in any way slow down or keep from law-abiding, open-carrying members of our public from drawing their gun in a time of danger, correct?
You're absolutely right. I mean, we would never put our law enforcement in danger by making them have an apparatus that would lose time in drawing their weapon. This isn't a Republican issue. This isn't a Democrat issue. This is a state safety, state of Texas issue. And I think that anybody, if it's like I said, and I'll repeat it, if it's good enough for law enforcement, it's good enough for us. And the reason they do it is because it's safe.
You know what I'm scared to death of? That if we pass this bill without your amendment or without some training on the proper use of restraint holsters, of someone who is not in their right mind taking that gun and using it against that person or a kid, and then their families coming back to us saying, why didn't you implement simple measures like restraint holders that could have saved my child's life?
Representative, I want the House to hear this. If we don't implement this, and the first time it happens, you will not forget that we didn't implement the most simple safety measure, and it's going to be on your conscience.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
Representative Guerra, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield?
Does the gentleman yield?
For Representative Guerra, anytime.
The gentleman yields.
Representative, how many guns do you own?
A lot.
Your amendment is simply safety, especially in the advent of children coming in, the unknown presence of an adult that has a open carry pistol on them.
It's just not going to let somebody yank your gun out of your belt. It's like I said, Representative, this is what our police officers are using, and for good measure, because they've always got a gun on them. And the thing is, you prevent somebody from yanking that pistol out, and this does no way prevent you from using it, holding it, open carry. It's just a safety measure that if our law enforcement can do it, we should hold ourselves at least to the same standard. If our law enforcement's out there to protect and serve, well, we should at least protect our fellow neighbors by not having somebody be able to yank our firearm out of our belt.
Representative, thank you very much.
Thank you. I move adoption.
Representative Phillips to speak in opposition.
Yeah, if he really wants machine gun, no, that's not this amendment. That's another one. I appreciate the sentiment is we need to direct some kind of special holster. They had this debate in the Senate on this. We have all kinds of holsters, and most people are not in the situation where they need that they're going to put themselves in a situation where this is an issue. You know, my holster has one little loop over it. I would have to go out and purchase a holster differently. That's not the goal of this bill. We have thoughtful gun owners. They have all kinds of holsters. I've talked to people that have lots of different guns. They're not concerned about this. We took this language from the state of Oklahoma, primarily the belt and shoulder aspect of it, and they went through this debate when they passed it. It has not been an issue at all. And quite frankly, I don't think it's, law enforcement may need that because they are directly confronting people on a regular basis that may be wanting to get away or that may be in criminal episodes. That's not who we are. So I understand the thoughts behind this. It's just not necessary. It's overly prescriptive, and also we haven't needed it for concealed handgun holders. So with that, I would respectfully move to table.
Representative Canales to close.
I think you understand, members, the nature of my amendment, and I'll leave it to you like this. It's not if it's going to happen, it's when it's going to happen. And this amendment would make Texas safer. So the first time, if we don't adopt this amendment, that somebody yanks a gun out of someone's belt because we couldn't adopt the safety measure, you will not forget that you voted against this measure. So with that, I ask to vote against the motion to table.
Members, Representative Canales sends up an amendment. Representative Phillips moves to table the amendment. The question is on the motion to table. Representative Stickland has requested strict enforcement. You must vote from your chairs. We're going to give you plenty of time to vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Strict enforcement, Representative White, you need to vote from your chair. Now have all members voted? 89, there being 89 ayes and 38 nays, the motion to table prevails. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Yes, sir.
Amendment by Davis of Dallas.
Chair recognizes Representative Davis of Dallas. Chair recognizes Representative Davis of Dallas.
You like it? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is an amendment that just suggests that with this new carry that we would have a identification letting people know that these folks are licensed to have this gun so that people will know that they have actually been certified and know how to handle it. I think it's a good amendment. And the chairman, you like that?
Chair recognizes Representative Phillips in opposition to the amendment.
I do like Ms. Davis, but I don't like the amendment. What she wants to do is make you have to go around and have the ID in some way displayed when you have the license. Again, we can try to manufacture or think about all these ways to make things simpler, but it's pretty simple. We're going to have a license, and what they did in Oklahoma, some people call the 911 and says, "Oh, somebody's got a gun," and they said, "Is it holstered?" Yes. Well, then there's not a problem, and that's basically it. We have respect to gun owners, and I can't imagine that there's going to be, again, an overuse of people open carrying, but to have that license displayed somewhere, it's cumbersome and it's a more requirement than what we need to do. So I respectfully, Ms. Davis, move to table.
Chair recognizes Representative Davis to close on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I simply think this is a safety measure. So we'll let everyone know that this person who has a gun has a right to have that gun, and it's just a way for us to identify as someone that has potentially, that does not wear a badge. We know that they potentially are not licensed and should not be carrying, and we should be afraid of them. With that, I'd ask you to vote no on the motion to table.
Representative Davis of Dallas sends up an amendment. Representative Phillips moves to table the amendment. The motion is on the vote is on the motion to table. Again, this is strict enforcement, so vote aye or vote no from your desk. The clerk will ring the bell.
So Representative Davis of Dallas voting aye.
with strict enforcement. All right. Please show Representative Davis of Dallas voting no and Representative Phillips voting aye. But you have to vote from your desks. Have all members voted? Waiting for her. Have all members voted?
All right, take them out.
There being 88 ayes and 35 nays, the motion to table prevails.
Please excuse this one.
Please excuse Representative Ken King and Representative Chris Patty because of important business in the district on motion of Representative Kimple. Please excuse Representative Clardy because of important business in the district on motion of Representative Ashby. And please excuse Representative Mary Gonzalez because of important business in the district on motion of Representative Jay Rodriguez.
That's what he says he is. All right, can I get those sheets back?
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Dutton.
Chair recognizes Representative Dutton to explain his amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, we authorize people to drive vehicles in this state, but one of the things we require is that they have liability insurance. What this amendment does is says that people who exercise their right to carry will also have liability insurance. That's what this amendment does, and I hope you'll vote for it. Thank you.
Did you withdraw it? What? Did you withdraw it?
No, I said after you approved it. After you approved it, I was going to. After you said you accepted it.
Oh, I don't.
Chair recognizes Representative Phillips.
Thank you. I've had this conversation with my desk mate some, and as I told him, we're going to move to table this amendment. If you look at the statistics and for accidents and injuries related, automobile accidents are so much higher. Guns are very insignificant in those numbers. Now, individually, that's impactful, but we're not going to increase the cost on citizens' right to have their Second Amendment. We've had 20.
Representative Turner, for what purpose?
Will the chairman please yield?
Just a second. I'd be glad to in a second.
Chairman
We've had
does not
20
yield at
years.
this time.
We've had 20 years of success, and this has not been an issue. This would be something that probably they may have discussed 20 years ago in this very chamber, but that's not necessary today. So I'm going to move to table, but certainly would be glad to talk to.
Thank you,
Mr. Sylvester Turner.
Thank you.
The gentleman yields.
Representative Phillips, why would we not, though, require people that carry guns to have insurance? It seems a reasonable request.
Well, I could start and first to say when I saw the broader picture, I don't see that in the Second Amendment of the Constitution that it says you have a right to bear the arms if you have insurance. And I know that's probably
right. Some would argue that anybody should be able to carry a gun.
Yeah.
That there shouldn't be any restrictions.
Exactly.
So why then would you be? Are you supportive of the constitutional right to carry? Then
I'm very supportive of the constitutional right to carry, and I think
is this a constitutional right to carry bill?
This is allowing under our Constitution to allow us to.
But is this
a
constitutional right to carry bill?
The Constitution allows it under this. But no, Mr. Turner, what I'm saying is. That's just the first and foremost. If you would like to make this a constitutional right to carry, you're might have a chance to vote on that in a little bit.
Okay. Well, are you going to accept that amendment?
I might, if you keep talking it up. It sounds like.
Well, let's just stop and let's just let me just bring down my amendment to have a right to constitutional carry. Let's just end it right now. If you tell me you're going to accept it, I go down there and I'll write it up.
What I do know, Mr.
If I write it up, will you accept it?
Mr. Turner, will you listen? What I do know is that the Senate set basically the parameters of this. Set the parameters of what we're going to do,
right?
And they passed very similar to this, and that's what I'm trying to keep it to, Mr. Turner. They debated the insurance, and so, Mr. Turner, I just disagree that insurance is necessary, and that's why I move to table.
Right, and I understand, Chairman. I'm just saying that to me, when people should be responsible. That's the only thing. I think that's what Representative Dutton is getting to. People should be responsible. But to the extent people are non-responsible, there ought to be insurance. That's the only thing I think that's what he's asking for.
I agree, responsible, and I think we've had 20 years demonstrated responsibility of license holders, and we'll continue to do that with all due respect. Thank you. I move to table.
Chair recognizes Representative Dutton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I don't think it's unreasonable to ask the people who decide to exercise their right to carry, nor do I think it encroaches on their constitutional right at all, that we would ask them to have liability insurance for any negligent use of the handgun. That's really all this does. It says that, look, we're going to let you do it, same as we do to let you drive your car, even though cars don't rise to the same level, I suspect, as a constitutional right does. But the reason we require insurance on a vehicle is because we recognize there's an inherent danger sometimes in accidents resulting from collisions. Now, Mr. Phillips says that, well, the accidents don't bear out the responsibility in terms of handguns. Well, I beg to differ with that a little bit. You know, a fender bender, which most of the accidents in vehicles happen to be, don't involve great injury. But if someone causes an injury with their handgun, for the most part, I would suspect that it is going to be a major injury, not some minor injury that occurs or results from having a fender bender at all. That's one of the reasons I decided to offer this amendment, because I think it's important that we as a body tell the folks in our districts, we want you to exercise your right to carry, but we also want you to exercise your obligation to be responsible for any negligent use of that weapon. That's really all this does, members. I would ask you to vote no on the motion to table.
All right, members, Mr. Representative Dutton sets up an amendment. Representative Phillips moves to table, respectfully moves to table the amendment. The question is on the motion to table. Vote aye or vote no. You have to, from your desk. Clerk will ring the bell. Representative Dutton is shown voting no on the motion to table.
My button's not working.
Representative Phillips voting yes.
My button's not working.
Please show Representative Schaefer voting aye. His machine has malfunctioned. Have all members voted? Being 88 ayes and 36 nays, the motion to table prevails. Following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
I'm sorry, members. Chair recognizes Representative.
Back up. Chair recognizes Chairman Keffer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I request permission for the Committee on Natural Resources to meet while the House is in session at 2:30 April 17, 2015. Place is 3W.15 to consider pending business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Natural Resources will meet at 2:30 p.m. on April 17, 2015 at 3W.15 for a formal meeting to consider pending business.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Canales.
Representative Stickland, for what purpose?
May I move that the exchange between Representative Turner and Representative Phillips be reduced to writing and placed in the journal?
Yes. Thank you. Was there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Chair recognizes Representative Canales.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, under current law, it's legal to own daggers, Bowie knives, and swords. Yet under the Penal Code 46.02, it's illegal to carry a knife over 5 inches on your person unless you're in your home or your vehicle. My amendment is germane, and it simply allows, and if we're going to be doing this and we're going to say you can open carry, well, you sure as heck should be able to carry a knife. And so this is Texas. I have a friend of mine who's a reporter who was arrested for having a 2-inch blade. Okay? These weapons that we're saying we can open carry, we should surely be able to carry a knife. And so basically that's what my amendment does. If we're going to get this open carry done, let's get at least the ability to carry a knife done. So finally, most knives are substantially cheaper than the cheapest firearms, so the poorest Texans are at most risk of being victims of crime. A $10 knife may be the best option for self-defense when a person cannot afford a handgun. So at least I might let somebody have a handgun, a knife, if they can't afford the handgun.
Madam Speaker?
Representative White, for what purpose?
Yes, would the gentleman yield for a question, please?
Does the gentleman yield?
Absolutely, Representative.
Thank you for your amendment. Which knives are included on here?
It would be all knives.
Bowie knives.
Bowie knives.
And this is germane.
This is germane.
If this is the case, you got a great amendment.
Thank you.
Yeah. Chair recognizes Representative Phillips to speak in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. We have a couple of bills that have come through the committee related to issues of knives. And so I don't really have an issue with, I would generally maybe think about accepting an amendment like this, but that's not what this bill's about. And so I don't want to accept things and muck it up, so to speak. We do have several bills coming that deal with this issue, and I think we'll have a chance to clean up what knives mean. Chairman Dutton had one last time about a switchblade, and so we've got some bills that clean that up this session. In fact, I think there's a bill in criminal jurisprudence that does just this thing. I thought it had been sent to my committee. I would have given it a hearing and we'd gone forward. So with that, with all respect to this concept, I'm going to move the table to keep the bill focused. Thank you.
Please excuse Representative Celia Israel because of illness on motion by Representative Donna Howard, and excuse Representative Ana Hernandez because of illness on motion of Representative Lucio. The chair now recognizes Representative Canales to close on his amendment.
Members, The representative's right. There's several measures that are coming this way, but we don't need to waste any time with those. Let's get this done right now. If you can carry a gun, you can carry a knife. If you're pro being able to open carry, then why wouldn't you vote for this amendment? This is common sense. This is Texas. If you can carry a pistol, you sure should be able to carry a knife. I think you should vote for this amendment and vote against the motion to table. Thank you.
Representative Stickland, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for a question?
Does the gentleman yield for a question?
He does.
Representative Canales, I just want to make sure that people know, while this may not be specifically about handguns right now, this is about one's right to self-defense, correct?
This is a right to bear arms, whether it's a gun, whether it's a knife, it's a right to defend yourself. And as I said earlier, some of the poorest Texans can't afford a gun,
right,
but you can open carry a knife. So what's the problem?
I like your amendment. Thank you, Representative.
Members, Representative Canales sends up an amendment. Representative Phillips moves to table the amendment. The question is on the motion to table. Vote aye, vote no. The clerk will ring the... Members. Representative Canales sends up an amendment. Representative Phillips moves to table the amendment. The question is on the motion to table. Vote aye or vote no. Show Representative Canales voting no. Representative Phillips voting aye. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted?
Yeah, let me tell you why.
Show Speaker Craddock voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 72 ayes and 53 nays, the motion to table prevails. Members, the member that had requested strict enforcement has temporarily lifted strict enforcement. An amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Johnson.
Chair recognizes Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what I want to talk to you all about right now is an amendment that will demonstrate our commitment to the concept of local control. I think, and probably rightly so, this chamber, this body, has come under some scrutiny lately about our commitment to local control. And so what I want to talk about is allowing our municipal organizations, our cities, above a certain size to make a decision about how they want to proceed with open carry. You may have heard that most states allow open carry in this country. It's very true. A lot of states allow open carry. And it's also true that the states that don't allow open carry, the few that don't allow it, happen to have the largest cities in the country in them. So the following states actually do not allow open carry at all: California, Texas, Illinois, Florida, South Carolina, New York, the District of Columbia. Even in the states where they do allow some form of open carry, most of the large cities have been given some sort of ability to, in essence, restrict open carry within their city limits. Those would include Philadelphia, Atlanta, Boston, Memphis, Detroit, Seattle, Minneapolis, Indianapolis, and Arizona. Now, you may ask yourself, why the cities treat it differently? Why are these states that even allow open carry treating the cities differently? And the answer is that cities are unique. They actually have, obviously, larger populations than the urban areas of those states. They typically have higher population densities. They typically have greater diversity when it comes to race, income. Is there a way we can get this a little bit?
Representative Angier, for what purpose?
Well, I was going to let the gentleman finish, but I'd like to ask a question when he's ready.
Members, can we have some order, please? We have members that are complaining they cannot hear.
What?
So the issue is this.
Order.
The issue is that if we actually pass this bill and allow open carry in Texas, we will instantly have the largest cities in this country to ever implement open carry. And nobody knows what that looks like. Nobody knows what happens when you introduce open carry into a densely populated, racially and economically diverse area in terms of the impact on law enforcement's ability to do their job or the impact on economic development. So what's the solution? We don't need to address the issue of restricting open carry around the state carte blanche, just across the board. But I do think we need to give our largest municipalities the ability, if they so choose, through the adoption of a city ordinance, to restrict open carry within their city limits. And I'll tell you why. Number one, we heard some testimony in the committee that passed this bill originally, which I serve on, the Homeland Security and Public Safety Committee, that suggests that law enforcement in large urban areas are very concerned about this. It impacts their ability to do their job, they believe, if you have open carry in large urban areas where we have some different crime issues than you might have in some of our rural and suburban areas. Number two, you have an economic development issue. Cities are largely in the business of marketing themselves to other parts of the country to attract businesses, to attract residents, and open carry may or may not fit with the reputation, personality, the image that a certain city might want to convey. And that should be up to each city to decide. We shouldn't tell Houston how they want to market themselves or Dallas how they want to market themselves. So what this bill would do, point blank, very simply, is allow a municipality over 1 million, if you have a population over 1 million, you can decide for yourself, if your city council so chooses, to limit open carry within your city limits. It doesn't ban open carry. It doesn't tell any municipality or any other area that's less than 1 million that they can't do this. But if you're above 1 million, it allows the cities specifically, if Houston would be covered by this, Dallas and San Antonio, to make the decision locally whether or not they want to allow within their city limits for economic development reasons, for public safety reasons, or whatever reasons they decide at the local level makes sense for them. And with that, I'll yield to questions.
Madam Speaker.
Representative Angier, for what purpose?
Will Representative Johnson yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Representative. I know you sat on the committee and you heard the testimony, so it is not a surprise to you, and you've articulated this in your comments, that the Austin Police Department came to testify against this, the Houston Police Department came to testify against this, Dallas Police Department is against this. So your concerns are, as you articulate your concerns, they are focused on the concerns of law enforcement and open carry in dense areas. And it is those policymakers closest to the people, our city councils, who must be responsive and who also oversee these police departments, who should be in the best position to make these decisions. Isn't that right?
I agree with that statement, yes. And yes, we did hear testimony from Austin PD and from Houston PD. Those are the ones that I remember. I can't remember if there was anyone else that said that it would be their professional opinion, policing a large city, that this would actually make their lives more difficult. It would make it harder for them to do their job in a large urban area.
And we frequently hear the concern by advocates for bills like this that this will make things safer. But in fact, law enforcement has suggested in testimony and in their opposition to this bill that the opposite is true, that their job is made harder and things are made more dangerous.
I want to be very upfront, very clear, and very forthcoming with the entire body. I don't know what the result will be, and I don't think the law enforcement knows what the result will be, but their professional opinion is that introducing open carry into large, densely populated major metropolitan areas will cause some problems. They don't have a crystal ball, so they can't tell you for sure, but that's their position. That's the official position they took in the committee.
Are your constituents screaming out for open carry, Representative Johnson?
No, they're not.
I mean, is there a groundswell in Dallas, and we have adjacent districts that we represent? Is there a groundswell from the business community, from law enforcement, from community groups that there's a problem that will be solved by open carry?
I'll answer that question this way. I'll say no, in my district it's not. But I also recognize that there may be districts around the state where there is this outcry for it. And I want to respect that. I really do, which is why this is a local control amendment. This says if your municipality wants to do this, they can do it. And if they don't want to do it, they can't. This is all predicated on the idea, basically, that the U.S. Supreme Court has never established that the Second Amendment gives you the right to openly carry. So this is not a violation of anyone's Second Amendment rights for a municipality to say that we won't allow this form of carrying of a weapon in our city limits. And in fact, the largest city right now on the list of major cities that ostensibly has open carry is Arizona. But if you read their law, they have a carve-out for federal, state, or local laws prohibiting weapons. So they actually allow their municipalities to, if they want to, pass local laws to say, not here, not here, not here. So this is not an unprecedented concept in terms of open carry.
So what you're saying is this is unprecedented if this bill passes?
It would be unprecedented for the largest cities in the country. There are places that have a more like open carry like what we are proposing doing here, but not in any area that's as large as Dallas, Houston, or San Antonio. That's never been done.
And the reason I talked about your district and my district, that if people were crying out for this, if people perceived a problem that this was going to solve, they might actually lobby their city council member to be in favor of it, right?
That's true. Yes.
And your bill would allow that, correct?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that last question.
Your bill would allow that. It would leave the policy decision to those people who are closest to our constituents. Absolutely. And who also oversee the police departments in the big cities.
That's correct. It will allow them to change if they want to change back. It just gives the local governments the choice. It's local control, pure and simple.
Thank you, Representative. I have had an amendment very similar to yours. I'm going to pull mine down, and I'll come speak in favor of yours.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
Representative Turner, for what purpose?
Mr. Johnson, yield for a question.
Representative Johnson, do you yield?
Absolutely.
Hey, Mr. Johnson, you do represent a city that has a population of 1 million or more, is that right?
I do.
Okay. And is it not kind of a long-established principle in this House that if a member can do something for their district or their community, and it doesn't really impact anyone else, we honor that member's wishes generally, do we not?
That's generally been honored in this body. Since I haven't been here forever, but I've been here 5 years, and it's generally been honored.
That's been my experience as well. And so your amendment would in no way affect Mr. Phillips' district or any other members' districts here unless they represent Houston, Dallas, or San Antonio. Is that right?
Unless you represent a municipality that's over 1 million, it would not affect you in the slightest. And even if you do represent a municipality that's over 1 million, it would only come into play if that municipality voted at the local level to do this.
Right. Absolutely. Well, I think you have a good amendment, and I hope this body will honor the longstanding tradition of respecting members' wishes for their districts.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Members, the gentleman's time has expired. There is an amendment to the amendment. Clerk will read the amendment.
You're talking about county cities.
Christopher? Hey, Jim. What's going on, buddy?
I don't know if I'm happy with you right now. So you went up there and said, hey, it only affects your district, blah, blah, blah. No, it affects, I said you were
Right. That's what I said. I said unless you represent Dallas, Houston, or San Antonio, it won't affect your district. I said Dallas, Houston.
I thought when you said your district, you meant
No, not just his district. I mean, a global yours. It would definitely affect you.
Oh, I know you know that. It's like, what's he trying to say? Now I better understand. Yeah, it's when you're trying to have a conversation here and listen to the mic.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we'll see. My suspicion is this will be another 85 to 40 kind of vote thing. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I don't know. It's kind of like we're all ready to go.
It's like, you're on the story.
I agree.
Yeah, I was. Then it just lifted it. I didn't know you could do.
It's like time out, time in.
Liberty and local control.
DKRP.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Rodriguez of Travis.
Chair recognizes Representative Rodriguez to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this is, I think Representative Johnson's been doing a really good job laying out his amendment, explaining the importance of local control, which we all say we're for. My police department's not for this open carry. My city isn't for this open carry. I've not gotten a single call from a constituent that's in favor of this. So what this amendment does, if we're talking local control, my city also wants the right to be able to opt out of this and be able to vote if we so choose, or have an ordinance if we so choose, to not have open carry in the city of Austin. So what this does is lower the population bracket to 750,000, which would include the city of Austin, and it's acceptable to the author.
Representative Rodriguez sends up an amendment. Representative Villalba, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Does the gentleman yield?
I yield.
He yields.
Will the 750 pick up any other cities other than Austin? So far we've got Dallas, Houston, San Antonio. 750 takes it to Austin. Are there any other cities other than those four?
At this point, I believe it's just those four. I think Fort Worth is under 750. It's at 41,000, I believe. And so they wouldn't be included. But right now, it'd be those four cities.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Rodriguez sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author.
Is there any objection?
Is there any objection? Chair hears none.
The amendment is adopted.
Now we're back on the Johnson amendment as amended.
Is there anyone wishing to speak on for?
Is there anyone wishing to speak on, for, or against the amendment?
Mr. Phillips? Okay. Hang on 1 second. Hey, Mr. Phillips?
Chair recognizes Representative Phillips to speak.
Thank you. I was told,
Madam Speaker.
I was told by
What purpose, Representative Stickland?
I just want to be clear on one thing. I would like to request a record vote on every amendment or amendment to the amendment going forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I was encouraged to let my response be shorter than the layout. So out of all due respect for these legislators that want to carve out areas of the state, we all travel around the state. We're all Texans. And this is an important issue that we don't need to have different jurisdictions have different things because we don't know. It's just like Speaker Craddock's texting bill. We need uniformity so we know what applies. Currently, right now, a knife that's legal in Austin isn't legal in San Antonio because we have patchwork. And so the last thing we want in something as serious as this is patchwork. And so I would respectfully move to table.
Representative Turner, for
Would
what purpose?
Mr. Phillips yield for a question?
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes.
So this amendment, as amended, that you're moving to the table, would allow cities with a population of, I think, more than 750,000 to, if they choose to, pass an ordinance exempting themselves. Do you represent any cities of 750,000 or more?
No, I sure don't.
Okay. Well, what is the issue with letting Mr. Rodriguez, Mr. Johnson, and others who do represent cities of that size from just simply providing their local elected officials some measure of control and listening to their law enforcement professionals, their police chiefs and others, as to what the best thing is for their city?
Because there are those that are co-authors of this bill that represent cities that large, number one. Number two, I travel to, own businesses in places that are like that. I transact business throughout the state, just like all of us do. I want to know the uniformity of the rules, and I think it's consistent. This is a type of thing that the Constitution gives the state the ability to do. The Texas Constitution, it doesn't say cities can regulate. It says the legislature can regulate the wearing of sidearms. We need consistency, Mr. Turner. That's why. And so my loved ones live in cities that large. So we're in this all together. We need a consistent policy across the state. And that's the answer to your question.
But you're aware that the Supreme Court has consistently upheld that cities have the right to enact reasonable regulations with respect to firearms, are you not?
No, I think you misunderstand that. It doesn't say that the cities can go over and above the state's decision to do that.
Well,
and
we would
so,
be making it clear that they could if we put on this amendment. And again, it wouldn't affect your district. It wouldn't affect most of the. It wouldn't even affect my district. I wish it would, but
right. It would shortly impact your district, probably within 3 years.
It would what? I just didn't hear you.
I guess your city's growing pretty rapidly, so it wouldn't be long before
it would be a while. It would be a while still.
But for the reasons I've already stated, I think I answered your question respectfully.
And to Mr. Johnson's earlier point, it doesn't bother you at all that Dallas, Houston, San Antonio, if we pass this bill, would become the largest cities in the United States of America where open carry is permitted.
Yeah. I think they have respectful, law-abiding license holders today, and I think they'll continue to have that. And I think the license holders in those big cities are just as law-abiding as those in the rural areas.
Well, I agree that they are. Thank you, Mr. Phillips.
I'd respectfully move to table.
Madam Speaker,
Representative Canales, for what purpose?
will the representative yield for questions?
Yes.
Yield? He yields.
I would just like Representative Phillips, and I'm just asking you respectfully, I want you to explain to this body how you just finished using an example that you want uniformity with knives, but you won't take my amendment. If this deals with the Second Amendment and the right to bear arms, and you specifically use knives as an example, and that was my amendment, how is it you move to table it but then say you agree with it?
Mr. Canales, I'm sorry your amendment didn't go on.
No, I'm not asking you to apologize. I'm asking you to explain yourself.
Let me explain the question. I already explained it a while ago.
No, you didn't. I'm not asking. I'm actually explaining the question.
Would you like me to answer the question?
If you don't want to answer the question, that's all right. I feel like you won't answer it.
Okay.
Representative Burkett, for what purpose?
A question for the Speaker, please.
Yeah, I would be glad to yield.
Representative Phillips, I'd like to ask, living in the Dallas County, are my Second Amendment rights not just as important as your constituents' Second Amendment rights?
I believe they are.
I believe they are as well. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Could Representative Phillips and Representative Johnson please come down to the front? Chair recognizes Representative Phillips.
Apparently, Mr. Anchia wants to speak on this, so I'm going to temporarily withdraw my motion to table.
Chair recognizes Representative Anchia to speak in favor of the amended amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and I appreciate you hearing me out on this. I had an almost identical amendment that I have withdrawn, so we won't have to deal with it later. I would like to weigh in on Representative Johnson's amendment because I think it makes abundant sense. Not only were large urban police departments testifying against this bill in committee, as was noted by Representative Johnson and in our back and forth. But then you have others who did not come to testify against it, have registered their opposition to this, including Dallas Police Department. And, you know, I believe that police chiefs in Dallas, city council people in Dallas, city government in Dallas knows what Dallas needs to keep its people safe. And when experts in the field, when law enforcement says that this will actually make our communities less safe, that's something that we should listen to. And while I heard Representative Burkett talk about Second Amendment rights on the back mic just a moment ago, I'd submit that Second Amendment rights are trampled by just allowing local control so that experts in law enforcement, city council people, can determine what the best policies are for their communities. In the district that I represent, nobody is crying out for open carry. People think that the current system works just fine. In fact, I believe that this is a solution.
Mr. Johnson?
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Gentleman yield for a question.
I yield.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you. Before you go on about your district, I wanted to ask you a question. You just brought up the Second Amendment, and Representative Burkett and Sheets just went up to the microphone and brought up the Second Amendment. You're an attorney. I just want to ask you a question to get some clarity on the law here. Does the Second Amendment of the Constitution, has it ever been interpreted by the U.S. Supreme Court, including Justice Scalia or anyone else, as barring a municipality or anybody else from putting a restriction on something like open carry? Does the Second Amendment require that you be allowed to carry a weapon openly?
In my expert judgment as a corporate finance lawyer, members, I'd say I do not believe that is the case. Or I agree with your statement.
Well, I'd love to hear from an attorney in this body who claims to be an expert on this area, because I have actually researched this, and I am no expert, but I have not seen any interpretation of the Second Amendment that says that inherent in your Second Amendment rights is a right to carry openly. I've never seen that, and I believe I have a quotation from Justice Scalia saying specifically that those actually fall within the ambit of reasonable regulations on gun ownership. So I'm waiting for someone to say that.
I know you're a tall building lawyer, and you have terrific resources at your disposal, not only in your law practice, but here in the Capitol, and I believe you when you say that that is correct. Now, members, I'm not an expert on constitutional law, but what I am an expert on is understanding that decisions are made best when they are made closest to the people and when they rely on experts in the field like law enforcement. And so when law enforcement comes and testifies against legislation like this and says that communities are going to be less safe, I listen to them. And Representative Johnson's amendment is very simple. It says, hey, let the city council make that call in our large urban areas, Austin, San Antonio, Dallas, Houston. Not in your districts, just in these districts. Nobody in the district that I represent is crying out for open carry. In fact, I believe, and Representative Johnson, I'll come back to you in a moment, but I believe that this is a solution looking for a problem. And in fact, this is proffered, members, by the same groups that will come back session after session after session, ask for more and more and more because they need a reason for being. It's not about the Second Amendment. These are about outside groups that need membership and need scorecards. So this time around, it's campus carry. This time around, it's open carry. Last time around, it was private property rights that we trampled on. Next time around, it's going to be constitutional carry. These groups cannot be satisfied. And if you think you're just going to get away today with voting on this once, and next session they're not going to come back with something else, you're mistaken. We did stand your ground because we thought that's what needed to happen.
Representative Munchia.
We've done all these bills to satisfy these outside pressure groups, and what's happening is they're making our communities unsafe. I yield for questions.
Thank you. I know others have questions to ask, so I'll ask you one more question. Do you not believe, or what is your opinion on whether or not the urban areas like Dallas, do we not have crime issues that are very different from rural or suburban parts of our state? Do we not have very interesting and different crime issues to deal with in those types of environments than other people in other parts of the state?
It's like apples and oranges, Representative. It is density, it is versus sparse populations. The issues at play are completely different, and I think your amendment strikes the right balance and asks us to treat different situations differently and allows local control to carry the day. And that's why I'm speaking so passionately in favor of this.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Fallon.
Gentleman yield for a question.
Yield for questions.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Gentleman yields.
Representative Chia, were you aware that Representative Johnson's favorite Supreme Court justice was Anthony Scalia?
I was not, and I suspect that's not the case.
Mr. Speaker, does the gentleman yield?
Mr. Cheats, gentleman yield, Mr. Anchia.
Yes, I yield for questions.
Mr. Anchia, if I heard you correctly just a minute ago, you said you represent portions of the city of Dallas, and you've not heard anybody from your district say that they want this, correct?
That is absolutely correct. Well, it's incorrect because I also represent portions of Irving and Farmers Branch. But we have not gotten calls, we have not gotten emails saying that they support this bill, at least not from people who live in our district.
Okay. I represent portions of the city of Dallas as well. So does Representative Morgan Meyer, so does Representative Rinaldi, and so do several of others of us, Representative Burkett. We have heard from our constituents, and they do want open carry. And I live in the city of Dallas, and I want open carry. So this isn't an issue that I think where we should be treating the residents of the city of Dallas any differently than the residents of the city of Arlington or Cleburne or College Station or any other city in the state.
Well, then you know what you should do, Representative Sheets? You should go lobby your city councilman and tell them, hey, we want open carry. And you can get all those scores of people that allegedly are calling your office from your district who want open carry and go down to City Hall and have them pass an ordinance in favor of that.
Again, you're treating my residents differently because then they're going to have to do something
no, your residents would be treated just like my residents.
In order to get this right.
Your residents would be treated just like my residents, Representative Sheets. And you could go down to City Hall and you could deal with DPD and law enforcement. And you can make the case, and I'm making the case today, Representative Sheets, that this is bad policy.
If they do nothing, they have open carry.
Any other questions?
Please excuse Representative Oliveira for illness by Representative Canales. Is there any objection? Chair is done. So ordered. Chair recognizes Representative Johnson to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, look, I have no doubt that open carry will work in some of your areas, and if that's what you guys want.
Mr. Phillips has moved to table. The chair recognizes Mr. Johnson to close.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Like I was saying, I have no doubt that this will work fine in some of your areas, but in the large metropolitan areas, this has never been tried in this country. We don't know what it's going to look like. We're just asking for the ability in those cities to make that decision at the local level, meaning if no ordinance gets passed to say no open carry, the default is we're going to be under the same state law as you all. When we pass this law, if we pass this bill, when we leave from here and this becomes active, Dallas will have open carry unless the city council wants to go back and say that doesn't work for us and they want to undo it. So that's what I'm proposing. That's the amendment. And I close on the amendment and I ask for a favorable consideration on this motion to table.
Mr. Johnson sends up an amendment. Mr. Phillips moved to table. This is a record vote. The clerk will please ring the bell. Show Mr. on the motion to table. Show Mr. Johnson voting no, and Mr. Anchia voting no, and Mr. Phillips voting aye. Mrs. Howard voting no. Members, we'll give you a chance to vote from your desk. Have all voted? Show Dr. Zerwas voting aye. Have all voted? There being 93 ayes, 40 noes, 2 present not voting, the motion to table does prevail. Mr. Elkins, thank you. Chair recognizes Mr. Elkins for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that the request to grant committee permission to meet. The Government Transparency and Operation Committee meeting to meet at 3:15 in 3W9 at 3:15. At 3:15 today.
Thank you. Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is unsorted. Following announcement, the clerk will please read the announcement.
The Committee on Government Transparency and Operation will meet at 3:15 p.m. today, April 17th at 3W.9 for a formal meeting to consider pending business.
Mr. Stickland, Mr. Anchia, and Mr. Johnson, if you could please come to the front. Mr. Stickland, Mr. Stickland, Mr. Anchia, and Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson. Following amendment, the clerk will please read the amendment.
Amendment by Farias.
Chair recognizes Mr. Farias to explain his amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, this amendment seeks to provide data that the legislature annually regarding handgun-related crimes. This amendment would provide an understanding of the impact this bill could have on our communities, families, and local law enforcement agencies. We are responsible to ensure the public safety, and the legislature must monitor when there's a potential that the public safety is put in jeopardy. I ask you to please support this amendment so we can study how this law will affect our state. And only then will we know the implications this bill could have on Texas. This is nothing more than trying to find out what have we done during the 84th legislature in creating the open carry and how it's affected our communities for the next biennium.
Chair recognizes Mr. Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate Mr. Frias thinking through these things, but we've got all kinds of charts and things of the health status of Texas, like accidental injury-related deaths in Texas by type of accident 2012. These kind of things are already taken care of and put out there. Compare 10 big killers in the U.S. So we have this information. I think it's duplicative and unnecessary burdensome, and I would respectfully move to table.
Representative Farias to close.
Thank you, Representative Phillips, for that information. But we still haven't had a chance to see what these open carries going to create. We can see all the charts that he's got, but we have yet to implement this law in the state of Texas. And without knowing what impact it's going to have in our communities, we won't be able to look at it in 2 years and find out if there needs to be some adjustments made to this law in trying to prevent issues that affect the use of handguns as they're carried on individuals' holsters. So we've got all these charts of all these other states and everything else, but we don't have any for Texas. And I think it's imperative that we actually wait for the next 2 years, do the study, and find out what impact it's had on us. And I ask that you help me and support me in voting against the motion to table.
Members, Mr. Farias offers up an amendment. Mr. Phillips has moved to table. It's a record vote. The clerk will please ring the bell. Show Mr. Farias voting no and Mr. Phillips voting aye. Show Representative Coop voting aye. Have all voted? Have all members voted? There being 87 ayes and 45 nays, the motion to table prevails. Following amendment, the clerk will please read the amendment.
Amendment by Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher. Chair recognizes Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Speaker, members, this amendment has to do with what a license holder may or may not do. This is the Personal Protection Amendment for campus carry, and it's acceptable to the author. Any questions?
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Martinez Fisher.
I'd like to raise a point of order under Rule 11, Section 3.
Bring your point of order down front. Chair recognizes Representative Davis for an announcement.
Thank you. If I could get the Democrats to meet me at the back hall in the Speakers Committee room while they're discussing this point of order, please. In the back hall right now, back committee room.
Point of order is respectfully overruled.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Martinez Fisher.
can you remind me what strict enforcement is on a vote?
Rule 5, Section 40, recording all votes on voting machines on all votes except vice versa votes. Members shall record their votes on the voting machine and shall not be recognized by the chair to cast their votes from the floor. If a member attempts to vote from the floor, the speaker shall sustain a point of order directed against the members so doing. This rule shall not be applicable to the mover or the principal opponent of the proposition being voted on, nor to a member whose voting machine is out of order. If a member demands strict enforcement of this section, Section 47 shall not apply to the taking of a vote, and the House may discipline a member in violation of this rule pursuant to its inherent authority.
And within that inherent authority, what are some of the ways the chair would discipline a member for voting for somebody else if strict enforcement wasn't called?
Representative Martinez Fisher, the chair is not aware of us having the chamber or the body ever having disciplined a member for that, but there certainly are options available.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to request strict enforcement on all amendments and all motions to table on record votes.
Mr. Martinez Fisher, so on amendments but not motions to table, is that correct?
Amendments and motions to table,
I
record
apologize.
votes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Members, all votes from here on in will be a strict enforcement vote. House will stand at ease until 3:30.